Chapter 1294. Entering the yellow board, I've been tricked. Roar. At the same time, his will of the sword madly condensed. He couldn't lose, he had to win. However, the moment he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, he saw a large number of illusions appearing behind Lin Ling. The number of sword arts Xingjian had learned had reached over 100 million. They were colorful and mysterious, far surpassing the number of sword arts Xingjian knew. Over 100 million, how is this possible? Lin Ling was about the same age as him. Even if he started practicing the sword in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to know over 100 million sword arts. However, what he didn't know was that the time Lin Ling had spent in the Zifu realm far exceeded his. Wang wang wang. The two swords started to tremble, and in the next moment, under countless gazes, the two swords exploded, turning into countless shards that floated around the stage, dazzling everyone. In a battle of swords, the swords shattered. As expected of a super swordsman. Staring at this scene, the crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe. What an intense battle. You can die now, my blade cannot be blocked. Shatter. Just as the sword shattered, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His right hand heavily struck out, causing the countless sword shards to shoot towards Xingjian like meteors. That speed, that power, that sharpness caused Xingjian's face to turn deathly pale. He had miscalculated once again. Even if Lin Ling and his swords were shattered, Lin Ling still had his powerful physical body. Xingjian, on the other hand, didn't have a sword in his hand. He immediately turned into an ordinary 6th-stage transcendent cultivator. In a short period of time, Xingjian knew everything. Furthermore, this time the heart's eye talent told him his weakness. Xiu. A dazzling light flashed through the air, causing Xingjian to stand there. The intense battle on the stage seemed to have stopped. Soon after, a line of blood appeared on Xingjian's neck. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Ling. In the end, he couldn't say a word and fell on his back. Ever since he started cultivating, he had fought against people of a higher cultivation level than him. However, this was the first time he lost to someone with a lower cultivation level than him. Lin Ling wins. Victory. The martial platform announced the results at the same time, causing everyone to come back to their senses. A moment later, cheers rang out like locusts. Wonderful, incomparably wonderful. No one would have thought that in Lin Ling's 10th battle, a confrontation between swordsmen, Lin Ling would win. As for Lin Ling, blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He had not been able to block the previous sword strike with ease, causing him to suffer some injuries. Of course, that was because he had not used his trump card. He had wanted to use his own sword to defeat Xingjian's sword, to defeat the Void Star Divine Palace's sword. And in the end he had won. Soon after, the 10th match also arrived. A white-haired old man appeared. But he looked at Lin Ling with extreme fear, and finally admitted defeat. Although Lin Ling appeared to be injured, the strength of his physical body was obvious to all. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue fighting. No one can fight on the 9th martial stage. This Lin Ling entered the Huang board with a transcendent 4th stage cultivation base. If he reaches transcendent 5th stage or even 6th stage, then he has a high chance of reaching the top. Those ancient experts exclaimed in admiration. Today, another expert of the yellow board was born. As for Empyrean Void Star, he was still in a daze. He did not expect Lin Ling to win. Moreover, Lin Ling did not use the demon god, but his strength was already comparable to a demon god. If Lin Ling used the demon god, then Lin Ling would be even more terrifying. I can't stay, or else I will end up like evil god Baiming. Empyrean Void Star gritted his teeth and said. Beside him, Hong Tiandi's expression was somewhat ugly. He was not surprised that Lin Ling had won, but that Lin Ling had made him lose money. This Lin Ling was too abominable. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the martial platform. Soon after, someone gave him 10,000 yuan stones. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly and smile. These 10,000 yuan stones were not easy to come by. Brat, you made me win money. These 1,000 yuan stones are for you. At this time, an ancient expert from the Xianhuang domain laughed. Then, he threw a green ring to Lin Ling, who bowed to him politely. Lin Ling smiled excitedly in his heart. I am very optimistic about you. In the next Huang board battle, I will bet on you again. These are the yuan stones you won before. I made a lot of money, so I will give them to you as a reward. Another old man threw a yuan stone to Lin Ling. Since Lin Ling had made him win 100,000 yuan stones, how could he not be in a good mood? Of course, those who had won money were in a good mood, while those who had lost money were in a bad mood. All of them stared at Lin Ling as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling with their gazes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Then he walked towards Empyrean Void Star. The Martial Pavilion was indeed a good place to find money. Right now, he had 50,000 yuan stones. Lin Ling, I also won money. After Lin Ling walked over, Yu Munyun also laughed and hugged Lin Ling. She had used all her savings to bet on Lin Ling's victory. Sure enough, she had made a lot of money. As for Empyrean Void Star and the others, they naturally did the same. They laughed cheerfully and slowly left the martial stage. In the distance, Empyrean Void Star's face was extremely cold. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. He could no longer suppress his killing intent. Empyrean Void Star, there are many experts here. Don't mess around. However, at this moment, a smiling voice was heard. Empyrean Void Star frowned and looked over. He found that the person who spoke was Lu Susu. He immediately said indifferently, Why? Why? Because Lin Ling let us win money. So while we're in a good mood, you can't mess around. Of course, I'm not the only one who says this. They all think the same. Lu Susu lazily said as she crossed her legs. Beside her, several ancient powerhouses were indifferently looking at Empyrean Void Star. It was clear that they had also placed their bets on Lin Ling, and had made a great deal of money. These people were stronger than Empyrean Void Star. Moreover, even if they were equal in strength, Empyrean Void Star wouldn't dare to provoke the anger of everyone for Lin Ling. I understand. Understood. Empyrean Void Star's expression was indifferent, but he was roaring in his heart. He flicked his sleeves and left. Lin Ling, Jin Lin wasn't a fish in a pond. Once he encountered a storm, he would transform into a dragon. After coming to the beautiful world, he no longer feared Empyrean Void Star. Lin Ling, are you going back to the Black-White Dao Palace? After leaving the Martial Pavilion, Empyrean Si Kaming immediately asked with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head. He planned to buy some heavenly materials for cultivation. Then he spoke to Li Lingxian. Li Lingxian's attitude was no longer arrogant. She pointed out the direction and then followed Empyrean Si Kaming towards the Black-White Dao Palace. The beautiful world was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. There were naturally a massive number of rare heavenly materials. Many martial artists couldn't wait for the Heavens and Earth Main Hall's auction, so most of them bought treasures from wandering cultivators. Beautiful World Valley. This was where wandering cultivators set up their stalls. The greatest difference between this place and the Heavens and Earth Main Hall was that the items here were both real and fake. It was extremely difficult to judge one's judgment. But the Heavens and Earth Main Hall's auction was filled with real treasures, so its reputation was much better. Within the valley, Lin Ling's eyes swept over the stalls. Although he seemed to be casually looking at them, the truth was that he was chatting with Old Violet. He still had 2 Black-White Dao fruits, so he only needed to buy treasures that could strengthen his body. Chapter 1295. Death Waiting Blade Star Picking Nation's Ancient Treasure. Purple Thunder Sky Shattering Spear. Low-level Heavenly Soldier. Only 1,000 primeval stones. Heavenly Rain from Xianhuang Dayu's Dreamland. Legend has it that this rain comes from the void. 50,000 primeval stones per bottle. 9 revolutions pill. A huge amount of spiritual energy, 10,000 for one. In the valley, people were surging, and all kinds of hawking voices rose and fell. The people who set up the stall here came from the 3 profound realms of the human realm. The place where the treasures were produced was naturally the entire human realm. The broken death waiting blade in the past was a high-level heavenly soldier. Only 30,000 primeval stones. At this moment a loud shout came from the corner. There, a burly middle-aged man was setting up a stall. There were many spiritual herbs in front of him, but they were obviously very ordinary. Only a black blade was more attractive. Thinking about money must be crazy. A broken high-level heavenly soldier costs 30,000 primeval stones. Someone mocked, but the middle-aged man ignored him and continued to shout, Your Majesty, the death-waiting blade is a treasure unearthed by the star-picking nation. In the ancient four great nations, the star-picking nation's heavenly soldier was the most famous. That blade must be obtained. At this moment, Purple Elder's voice came. Lin Ling was puzzled. But that blade is already broken. It doesn't seem to be releasing any spiritual energy. Your Majesty, the blade is already useless, but the blade is made of deadwater wood, which is also one of the best materials for cultivating the body. So that's how it is. Lin Ling laughed in his heart. His god-devil overlord body did not need to swallow spiritual herbs. It could even swallow metal and stones. Then Lin Ling and the others walked towards the stall. Lin Ling was about to take the broken blade. But a hand was faster than Lin Ling and grabbed the blade. Although the heavenly soldier of the ancient star-picking nation is useless, it might be of help to young master. The one who snatched the death-waiting blade was an old man in a green robe. His aura was mysterious, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. At this moment he was looking at the blade in his hand with joy. Lin Ling frowned. His luck was really bad. It was snatched away at the crucial moment. He said with anticipation, "Senior, this saber can no longer be used. Why don't you give it to me?" "Little friend, you've also taken a fancy to this saber?" The green-robed elder turned his head to look at Lin Ling, then shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, this saber is hard to part with. Truth be told, I want this saber not because I want to use it, but because I want to study it and see if I can find the forging method of star-picking nation. After all, when it comes to the art of forging under normal circumstances, no one can compare to that ancient nation. Of course, I'm not a blacksmith. It's just that for a certain reason, I want to familiarize myself with the star-picking kingdom's forging method. Young friend, may I know why you've taken a fancy to this saber?" He was powerful, but he was amiable and did not look down on Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head in his heart. The forging method of this saber was indeed mysterious, but to Lin Ling, he knew what runes were on the saber. After all, this was what the Violet Palace taught him. It was just that Lin Ling did not have the materials, and he was still lacking a bit of maturity to forge it. After all, Lin Ling had only reached the level where he could forge a mid-ranked heavenly soldier. "This saber, I'm here to swallow it." Lin Ling hesitated for a moment, but still said bluntly. Since the other party was amiable, Lin Ling naturally felt embarrassed to hide it. "Huh." The green-robed elder's pupils constricted, and the corner of the stall owner's eyes twitched. This guy must be crazy. The surrounding warriors who were watching the show were also surprised. When warriors cultivated, they would borrow heavenly materials and earthly treasures to strengthen their cultivation. But they had never heard of a devouring heavenly soldier divine artifact that could raise one's cultivation. This was too crazy. Young friend's path of cultivation is indeed mysterious. However, this saber is still very useful to me, so I'm sorry I still can't give it up." The green-robed elder laughed. He did not believe that Lin Ling could devour a heavenly soldier to increase his strength. "Then I wonder what senior needs this saber for?" Lin Ling asked. Seeing that Lin Ling was polite and amiable, the elder did not hide anything. "I'll tell you the truth, my young master is trapped by a heavenly soldier, and that heavenly soldier came from the star-plucking Violet Palace. So I bought this saber to see if I can familiarize myself with the star-plucking nation's forging method and save my young master." Lin Ling came to a sudden realization, and he laughed. "I have some experience in the path of smithing. How about this? I'll visit your young master with you, senior. If I can help him, you'll give this saber to me. If I fail, this saber will belong to you, senior. Moreover, I'll buy it for you." The elder was shocked, and after pondering for a while he said, "All right. But if you can help my young master, then I'll give this saber to you." With that, he bought the saber and led Lin Ling forward. Along the way, Lin Ling kept asking questions, and he found out that the young master that the elder spoke of had bought a mid-grade heavenly soldier, the immortal wave-flying fan, but for some unknown reason, his soul was locked in the heavenly soldier, and he was now a living dead. Moreover, they had invited a large number of blacksmiths to check it out, but because the heavenly soldier came from the star-plucking ancient nation, the blacksmiths were helpless. After all, the current forging method was still lacking compared to the star-plucking nation, and the formation runes domain was not as comprehensive. "Senior, it seems that this saber belongs to me." After knowing everything, Lin Ling laughed. When it came to the star-plucking ancient nation's forging method, no one was more familiar with it than him. Hee, little friend, you're very confident. However, every blacksmith who came to my house said the same thing, but in the end, they all returned in failure. The elder did not believe Lin Ling's words. Right now, he was just trying everything he could. After a while, the two of them stopped by a lake in the splendid mountain river. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters like a paradise on earth. An ancient villa was built beside the lake. We're here, the elder said faintly, and led Lin Ling into the villa. Along the way, Lin Ling saw that the villa was heavily guarded, and the cultivators there were powerful. Seventh-stage transcendents were everywhere, and there were even many Saint Realm powerhouses. This place was not simple. Yu Yun and Yu Yun immediately became a little restrained, causing the elder to laugh. He was used to the reactions of Yu Yun and the others, but when he looked at Lin Ling, he found that this handsome young man looked calm, neither arrogant nor humble. This little guy is quite calm, the elder muttered. Then the few of them continued forward. After a while, they arrived at a vast hall, where a large number of people were gathered. They were all famous blacksmiths in the splendid mountain river, and there were also many big shots with unfathomable strength. Lin Ling glanced around and immediately found an acquaintance. It was Lu Susu. This woman was a profiteer. Since she could appear here, it meant that the owner of the villa had a big background. Moreover, Lin Ling did not want to get too close to Lu Susu, because he had a feeling that Lu Susu seemed to be very interested in him. Little friend, do you want to go and take a look? The elder asked, and Lin Ling's gaze fell on the center of the hall. There was a huge gray stone there, and a mysterious aura was spreading out. On top of the huge stone, a young man was floating. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed. It was likely that he was the young master whose soul was sealed by the heavenly weapon. Little friend. Chapter 1296. The heavenly soldier devours its master Tanbashi. Even if a person is on his last breath, with the protection of this stone, the deceased can stay in the human world for 3 years. Therefore, it is also known as the treasure that snatches people from the king of hell. At this time, Lin Ling indifferently said, "You know about Tanbashi?" The old man's heart trembled. This treasure was left behind from ancient times. Many blacksmiths present did not know about it, but Lin Ling knew about it. Unfortunately, your young master's soul was locked by the heavenly soldier. He is missing one of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, so he is not considered dead. Tanbashi will not be of much help. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The extinguished hope in the old man's heart was once again ignited. This young man was not old, but he knew a lot of things. Lin Ling took out a pen and paper from his green ring, wrote a large amount of words, and handed it to the old man. Because of a certain reason, I will not go. I have a piece of paper here that records how to save your young master. Take it to those blacksmiths and they will know what to do. You are not going. The old man was puzzled. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly in his heart. Lu Susu was there. If he went, Lu Susu would definitely suspect him. If he did not handle it well, Lu Susu might find out that the mysterious person from last time was him, Lin Ling. At that time there would be endless trouble. I came here for that saber. So, as long as I can save the young master, everything else is none of my business, Lin Ling said with a smile. The old man hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the front of the main hall. At this moment there was a thin old man standing there. He was leaning on a walking stick. His hair and beard were white, and his eyebrows were filled with worry. He was the master of the villa. Master, I met a blacksmith before. He said that he has a way to help the young master. You only need to do as he says. The old man respectfully said to the old man, "What is it?" The old man's eyes were filled with hope, and the eyes of the blacksmiths present flickered. They knew very well that the young master's soul was locked by the celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan, and the celestial weapon came from the ancient star-plucking nation. It was precisely because of this that they had no other choice. If they forcefully destroyed the flying immortal wave fan, it might cause the young master's soul to shatter. This was why they were in such a dilemma. But now, someone had a solution. Take it and show it to great sage Heaven Stroker, the old man said. In the crowd, a tall man stood there quietly. He was about 30 years old and wore a golden cloak. His eyes were slightly closed and his hands, which were larger than a normal person's, were clenched and unclenched. It was clear that he was thinking of a way to help the young master. This person was none other than Great Sage Heaven Touch. The most terrifying thing was that he was one of the 10 hall masters of Langya, and he was the most popular blacksmith in the Silken landscape. Someone said that he would surely become one of the 10 great blacksmiths in the future. Great Sage Heaven Touch. Someone said that you can help the young master escape by following the records on this paper. So the master asked me to show you. The old man respectfully handed the paper to Great Sage Heaven Touch. At this moment, Great Sage Heaven Touch's eyes were still closed and he was silent. However, the people around him did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they looked at him with respect. Mid-level celestial weapon, the Flying Immortal Wave Fan. It comes from the Star-Plucking Nation, but why would it lock the young master's soul? However, I can guess the reason. At the same time, Great Sage Heaven Touch opened his eyes and they shone brightly. Powerful celestial weapons have a process of recognizing their masters. The young master's soul has been locked, so there must be a change in the process. The formation pattern for the master recognition comes from the formation pattern of the Kuan. Heaven and earth are incompatible, and yin and yang are not in harmony. Naturally, the master recognition failed. In addition, the celestial weapon, the Flying Immortal Wave Fan, is a water-type celestial weapon. There must be something wrong with the Water Immortal Wave Fan. He seemed to know everything, and the other blacksmiths nodded. They vaguely understood something. As for Lin Ling, who was in the distance, his pupils constricted. There was only one voice in his heart. Nonsense. Lin Ling was more familiar with the celestial weapon, the Flying Immortal Wave Fan, than anyone else. There was even a course in the mid-level celestial weapon that he had forged. Things were not like that at all. Great Sage, you are indeed the most popular blacksmith today. However, someone said that they found a way. Great Sage, why don't you take a look? Perhaps it will broaden your thoughts. The old man still handed Lin Ling's paper to Great Sage Heaven Touch. Someone found a way? Great Sage Heaven Touch's face was full of curiosity. After receiving the paper, he did not even look at it. He spat on it, rolled it into a ball, threw it on the ground and even stepped on it a few times. In front of me, who can come up with a solution? I am about to become one of the top 10 blacksmiths. The others are mediocre. The old man was slightly embarrassed and felt extremely embarrassed. Great Sage Heaven Touch was too proud, and his actions from before had humiliated him. However, at this moment, the owner of the manor said indifferently, "Come back and ask Great Sage Heaven Touch to come. There's an ancient saying that there are experts in every field. We cultivators aren't familiar with the Tao of forging, so we naturally ask someone who is familiar with it to come." The old man walked back helplessly when he heard this. On the other hand, Great Sage Heaven Touch walked towards the young master while his eyes were filled with pride. "Now I'm going to inscribe new formation markings on the Immortal Wave Fan to cause a change in the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth so that the fan will completely recognize me as its master. In this way, the young master's soul will return, and he'll even be able to completely obtain the Immortal Wave Fan. Great Sage, please make a move." The owner of the manor was filled with even more anticipation. Nonsense. However, right at this moment, a cold shout resounded, and it caused the hall to fall silent. Lin Ling walked over with a gloomy expression from afar. He had no choice but to come over because Great Sage Heaven Touch's actions had caused the young master's death, and if the young master died, then he would definitely be unable to obtain the death-seeking blade. Moreover, Lin Ling was speechless because Great Sage Heaven Touch hadn't even glanced at the paper he'd written. Moreover, Great Sage Heaven Touch had even spat on it, rolled it into a ball and stepped on it. If Great Sage Heaven Touch had glanced at it, then perhaps he wouldn't have chosen to inscribe formation markings. "Who are you?" The crowd gazed at Lin Ling and were extremely curious. Is this young man saying that Great Sage Heaven Touch is causing trouble? On the other hand, Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed because Lin Ling had actually come as well. She instantly revealed a meaningful gaze because she'd always been very curious about the mysterious person behind Lin Li. "You're saying that I'm causing trouble? Do you know who I am?" Great Sage Heaven Touch glanced indifferently at Lin Ling with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't know who you are, and I'm not interested in knowing. I only know that you're a piece of trash who pretends to know when you don't know, and you almost caused the young master's death. Of course, in this world, people can die at any time, and I'm not interested in you causing the death of others. However, you made the thing I want to go down the drain. Moreover, I was kind enough to write down the method for you, and as long as you're not blind, you should know how to solve it. In the end, you trampled on my paper. How can there be such a fool in this world? Lin Ling's voice was incessant, carrying the depression and anger in his heart. Originally, it was a very small matter. Great Sage Heaven Touch would definitely know how to deal with it after seeing his method. After the young master's soul returned, Lin Ling could also silently obtain the treasure and conveniently leave. Who would have thought that Great Sage Heaven Touch would force him out, causing Lu Susu to look at him as if he was her prey. Chapter 1297. Heaven reaching Great Sage. However, compared to Lin Ling's anger, the others were stunned. Who gave him the guts to rebuke the heaven-touching Great Sage as soon as he came out? Moreover, he even belittled the heaven-touching Great Sage in front of the most famous blacksmith. Who gave him the courage to do that? As for the old man who brought Lin Ling back, he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had given him a good impression, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong when he was angry. Heaven-touching Great Sage was stunned for a moment before he laughed arrogantly. Haha, it seems like you don't know who I am. In front of me, other than the 10 great blacksmiths, no one can speak. The young man in front of him was only at the 4th layer of the transcendent realm, and he could kill him with one hand. In terms of blacksmithing Dao, he was much better than the young man. This young man reprimanding him was like plucking the hair from a tiger's mouth. Which cat or dog are you? I'm not interested at all. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Moreover, he saw the weapon hanging on the young man's waist. It was a folding staff with a mysterious aura, so it must be a high-grade weapon. However, I don't have time to chat with you. Go to sleep. Right now, I have to finish my business and leave. Lin Ling said again while looking at the manor master. Heaven-touching Great Sage was stunned. He had said so much, but the young man was still arrogant. From the beginning to the end, the young man had no interest in him and even called him a cat or dog. Good. Manor master, let him come. Heaven-touching Great Sage shouted, causing the manor master to be silent. However, he soon heard a voice in his ear. Let him try. The voice came from Lu Susu, causing the manor master to smile and nod. Lin Ling walked toward the young master floating in the air. At the same time, heaven-touching Great Sage's voice sounded, Brat, this is a mid-level heavenly soldier from the star-plucking ancient country. You have never touched a treasure in your life. Be careful not to fail to help others and get yourself killed. Where did this dog come from? Woof woof. Lin Ling didn't even look at heaven-touching Great Sage and turned a blind eye. Good. I'll let you be arrogant. When you fail, I'll see how you're going to deal with it. I wonder how you're going to help the young master? Heaven Touch Sage started laughing from extreme anger. He was a dignified hall master of one of the 10 palaces in Langya, yet he'd lost all face today. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move because he wanted to see how this junior who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth would deal with this. Destroy the immortal wave fan, Lin Ling said without turning his head. What? Everyone was astonished. Heaven Touch Great Sage's method was to set up even more formations to make the celestial soldier recognize him as its master. Can you afford to pay for destroying this treasure? Heaven Touch Great Sage sneered. If young master dies, can you afford to pay for it? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Heaven Touching Great Sage's face froze, and he was speechless. The problem with the immortal wave flying fan isn't the formation patterns. In fact, its formation patterns are perfect, reaching 500,000 formation patterns. However, there are too many formation patterns causing chaos. In the end, the ceiling formation and the 5 elements formation combine to form new formation patterns, which cause the young master's soul to be sealed. Ignoring heaven-touching Great Sage, Lin Ling stared at the mysterious fan beside the young master and slowly analyzed. What are you talking about? Do you think that the formation patterns are children? Do you think that the formation patterns are children? They can be born. Ha ha ha. Heaven-touching great sage couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Ling's words. He had never heard of what Lin Ling said. It was nonsense. The other blacksmiths were the same. They covered their mouths and laughed. They had never heard of such a thing either. Lin Ling sighed softly when he heard the laughter. Brother, there are many things that you don't know. If you don't believe me, do you know what porcelain is? What's porcelain? Heaven-touching great sage frowned. He had never heard of such a forging formation pattern. Read it in reverse and you'll know what it is. That represents you. Lin Ling said indifferently. Porcelain white. Read it in reverse. White porcelain, idiot. The crowd muttered to themselves. Then they realized that Lin Ling was calling heaven-touching great sage an idiot. Idiot, idiot. Heaven-touching great sage's eyes narrowed, and his tall body trembled with anger. This junior dared to tease him. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, so please shut up. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. At this moment he looked at the fan again. After thousands of years, the formation patterns are also living creatures. Unfortunately, if you didn't have the intention to harm others, you can continue. However, your master wants to fight side by side with you, but you want to devour his soul and occupy your master's body. This kind of betrayal violates the principle of the weapon's existence. He muttered to himself, causing the crowd to be even more shocked. Lin Ling was talking to a celestial soldier? Although it wasn't rare for weapons to have spirits, it didn't mean that they had intelligence. At most, they had spirituality. Then they saw Lin Ling's hands forming complex formation patterns. His left and right hands joined together smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water. A large number of formation patterns appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant, forming a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. So powerful! The blacksmiths gasped. They had never seen such an experienced formation pattern method. He's just putting on an act. Heaven-touching great sage was extremely unhappy. This young man was also a blacksmith, and his level was not weak. Come out. At the same time, Lin Ling fiercely clapped his hands. Countless formation patterns landed on the fan, causing it to sway. Then a terrifying face appeared. It was extremely ferocious. How do you know the formation patterns of the star-plucking ancient kingdom? The face spoke, causing many people to be in disbelief. There was indeed a devil hidden in the celestial soldier. Could it be that everything was as Lin Ling said? That the devil wasn't an external object, but was born from the formation patterns? This was the first time they had encountered something like this in their lives. You don't need to know this. You still have a chance to live. Let go of the young master's soul and obediently accept my 5 elements sealing formation pattern. Lin Ling said indifferently. Dream on. I was born with great difficulty. How can I be sealed by you? Let me tell you, no one in this world can suppress me. In time, I'll become a divine soldier. The face shouted angrily and disappeared into the fan. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll kill the young master's soul. Sai, I gave you a chance but you didn't grasp it. Don't blame me. Lin Ling sighed softly. There were even more formation patterns between his hands. Each of his 10 fingers was laying out a different formation pattern. His smooth movements were pleasing to the eye. Born from the 5 elements formation pattern, it's endless. Then, I'll break your 5 elements formation pattern. Among hundreds of thousands of formation patterns, you're hiding in the sealing formation pattern. Do you think I don't know? Moreover, it doesn't matter which formation pattern you hide in. It's useless because I'm going to release this celestial soldier. Lin Ling's expression was focused as he muttered to himself. Ripples bloomed from his slender fingers and blasted towards the fan, causing it to shake violently. In the end, it let out a ferocious roar. No, I'm willing to be released. Chapter 1298. Emperor rank heavenly soldier Lin Ling didn't pay it any attention. Under his formation patterns, the fan shone resplendently. It was actually broken down, turning into the most primitive material, disintegrating heavenly soldiers. The other blacksmiths gasped. As far as they knew, only the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng province had such strength. Finally, at a certain moment, the human face appeared again. Just as it was about to make a sound, Lin Ling's 100,000 formation runes suppressed it and killed the formation rune demon. The human face was also a formation rune, but it was a formation rune derived from itself. At the same time, the light of a firefly flew out and landed on the young master's body, causing him to slowly open his eyes. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. The entire hall was dead silent. In front of everyone's eyes, the young man performed the most dazzling dance for them. He single-handedly saved the young master from hell. Okay. The Manor Lord couldn't help but laugh loudly. His body flickered and he appeared next to the young master. He hugged the young master and cried tears of joy. It's good to have a perverted master. Lu Susu stared at Lin Ling, and her beautiful eyes became more and more curious. Sure enough, everything was as she had guessed. Lin Ling had succeeded. It seemed that Lin Ling needed to be further investigated. Alright, I've saved her. Goodbye. Lin Ling didn't want to stay any longer. He said to the old man who had come first. The old man laughed loudly and handed the saber to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction and strode away. He had already noticed that Lu Susu was looking at him with ill intentions. It disintegrated, and then the young master was saved. How come it's completely different from what I imagined? Furthermore, if I had laid down the formation runes according to my method, it would have been the same as helping the devil. Wait, how do you know all this? Heaven Stroker stood on the spot in a daze, and he no longer had the arrogant look from before. Moreover, he was the most popular young blacksmith in Xianpeng province. But at this moment, he had no choice but to admire Lin Ling's stunning performance. Why should I tell you? Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he continued forward. Brat, I'm one of the 10 palace masters of Langia. If you tell me, you'll get a lot of benefits. Heaven-touching sage gritted his teeth and endured Lin Ling's disdainful words. Get lost. Lin Ling replied with a single word. He didn't stop walking, causing Heaven-touch sage to be stunned. In the past, when he said his name, others would have already treated him with respect and worship. However, this young man had actually told him to scram. This caused him to be somewhat unable to react. I'll give you a chance to speak. If you don't, you'll regret it. Heaven-touch great sage's voice grew deeper and deeper. Although that young man had some ability, he was too arrogant. If he didn't show him some power, he probably wouldn't know what the Langia 10 palaces were. Your weapon is very powerful, but the formation patterns are weakening with each passing day. I'm afraid it won't be long before you can no longer use your weapon. However, Lin Ling didn't answer the question, causing Heaven Stroker Sage to be stunned on the spot. He subconsciously touched the rod at his waist. This rod had helped him a lot in becoming one of the 10 halls of Langia. It was even to the extent that the rod had become his companion in his heart. But now Lin Ling said that his companion couldn't fight? Moreover, as time passes, it will slowly disappear. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lin Ling said again as if he was announcing a death sentence. This caused Heaven-touching sage to tremble. This was the scene he didn't want to see the most. He roared, You lied to me. Who do you think you are? Do you think I have the time to lie to you? However, you should know that it's very difficult to unseal this emperor rank heavenly soldier. It's starting to be downgraded to a king rank heavenly soldier. Lin Ling said with a smile as if it had nothing to do with him. Plop! Heaven-touching sage's burly body fell to the ground and his body trembled even more violently. How could this be? The crowd looked at the scene in disbelief. Lin Ling's words had caused the existence of the 10 palaces of Langia to tremble. One had to know that other than his identity as a blacksmith, Heaven-touching sage's identity as the Langia 10 palace master was also extremely terrifying. In Xianpeng province, only the 4 pillars and 8 pillars could make him afraid. But now, Heaven-touching sage was afraid of an unknown young man. This was too unreal. At this moment, only Heaven-touching sage knew the meaning of Lin Ling's words. Yes, the world's weapons were also divided into spiritual weapons, combat weapons, sacred weapons, heavenly weapons, and divine weapons. However, combat weapons were only divided into 3 levels: intermediate, low, and high. Sacred weapons were 1 level higher, which was the king rank. As for heavenly weapons, they were even more powerful. They had 2 levels higher, which were the heaven rank and the emperor rank. Heavenly weapons that reached the emperor rank had the ability to unseal and increase their power again. His heaven-reaching staff was at the emperor rank. Unsealing it could greatly increase his strength, but now it was getting harder and harder to unseal it. He had thought that it was because of other reasons, but now Lin Ling told him that it was because the formation patterns in the heavenly weapons were constantly being lost. Heavenly weapons were like humans. They had age restrictions and were constantly suppressing their potential. If they did not strengthen the formation patterns, they would eventually die of old age and turn into ashes. You have to help me. Heaven-touching sage looked at Lin Ling in fear. He did not know why, but he felt that this mysterious young man could help him. You are very lucky. The heaven-reaching staff came from the star-picking ancient kingdom, so I happen to be familiar with it. However, you are also very unlucky. Lin Ling walked further and further away. Wait, I will worship you as my master. You must save my partner. Heaven-touching sage stood up and shouted crazily. The flames in his heart burned fiercely. Lin Ling actually knew about the heaven-reaching staff. This was great. For many warriors, the weapon in their hand was their partner. Therefore, how could heaven-touching sage let his partner who had fought side by side disappear? Take the paper I threw away and copy it 100,000 times. If I am in a good mood, I might help your heaven-reaching staff. Lin Ling's last words made heaven-touching sage stand there in a daze. Then he turned around and ran like a madman, looking for the ball of paper in the hall. His miserable appearance made everyone feel that it was even more unreal. Heaven-touching sage found the ball of paper with great difficulty. When he opened it, he immediately felt disgusted. There was saliva on it. He immediately became depressed. He had shot himself in the foot. Kid, if I copy it 100,000 times and you don't help the heaven-reaching staff, you will definitely die. Heaven-touching sage frowned and looked at the people around him who were talking animatedly. Then, he bid farewell to the manor master and strode away. However, when he left, he remembered that he did not know the kid's name. At this moment, Lin Ling and Yu Man-yun left. Then they paid vitality stones at the foot of a towering mountain peak in the splendid landscape and entered the mountain peak. This place was called the Blessed Enclave. It was the place with the densest spirit chi in the splendid landscape. It was occupied by one of the 7 kings and built a cultivation cave. Anyone who wanted to enter only needed to pay vitality stones. If one cultivated here, they could absorb the sun and moon every day, and their heart would be as calm as water. Naturally, it was the favorite place of all warriors. Chapter 1299. Stagnant waterwood cultivation. It's so expensive. 1,000 primordial stones a day. How expensive? Yu Man-yun said with some heartache as she stared at the misty mountain peak. Expensive has its benefits. At least it saves time. Mengyun Yonggon, you're about to break through. Come out after you break through. Only when we're strong enough can we find Yu, heavenly concubine, and the others. Lin Ling said with a smile. He had a feeling that Yu and the others were not in Xianpeng province. Perhaps they were in Xianyuan and Xianhuangdayu. There was also his big brother Sakura, who had gone out to train. He must have gone to those places. What Lin Ling could do now was to keep getting stronger. The 3 of them walked up the stairs and each of them found a cave residence. Then they began to cultivate. Lin Ling also entered one of the caves. In the cave residence, spiritual energy floated, forming ribbons that wandered around. Lin Ling nodded. It was a good place to cultivate. The reason why he chose this place was that Li Lingxian told him that it was the safest place to cultivate. No one would disturb him. Then Lin Ling entered the purple mansion. Boundless mountains and rivers came into view. Lin Ling looked at the mountains and rivers with a smile. He had stepped into the core of Xianpeng province. Here he had seen more experts of the 3 mysterious realms of the human realm. Many of them had moved him. Therefore he had to become stronger. Elder Z, what level does the body of the divine demon overlord belong to in terms of talent? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and looked at the old man beside him. Elder Z smiled. It's hard to evaluate, but in terms of talent, it can only be said to be a cultivation method of the human sovereign realm. Lin Ling nodded excitedly. Although his divine body was Earth-grade, with the body of the divine demon overlord, he was not weaker than any other expert. In addition, his divine body was not impossible to improve. It was just that he lacked opportunities at the moment. Let's begin. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said calmly. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. Above qi was his cultivation level. Now that he had the void spirit lock, his cultivation level must have increased. As for spirit, it was his soul power. He had always been strong. Only his essence hadn't increased. This time he was cultivating to increase his essence, which was the strength of his body. Dismantle Death Waiting Blade. Lin Ling shouted again, and a large number of heavenly tomes descended from the sky. All of them were formation runes. Lin Ling activated his Eye of Time and scanned them. Instantly, he became even more familiar with the formation runes. To the second level of the Violet Palace realm, Lin Ling added. He was already familiar with the first level of the heavenly tomes. Only the second level was left. The second level was not a world of mountains and rivers, but a world of oceans. There were many islands there and it was extremely mysterious. At the same time, a large number of heavenly books descended from the sky. Lin Ling was learning the way of array patterns, and after a full year, Lin Ling was finally familiar with the high-level heavenly soldier. Of course, he was only familiar with it and could not forge it, but it was enough to dismantle the Death Waiting Blade. Shock Formation Runes. Rest Formation Runes. Wound Formation Runes. Dismantling the heavenly soldier, all the formation runes were used for attack. If they were carved on the weapon, it would form a huge attack power. Cha-cha! The Death Waiting Blade gradually dispersed, and all kinds of materials appeared. Some were already damaged while others could still be used. Finally, a piece of black wood as thick as an arm appeared. It was the Deathwater wood. This wood was neither gold nor iron, but it was extremely hard. Then Purple Elder instructed Lin Ling to plant this wood on an island. When the wood landed on the ground, it instantly grew up like a huge stone tablet. What a mysterious heavenly treasure! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Your Majesty, go. Swallow the spiritual qi of the Deathwater wood, and your physical body will definitely be able to break through. After all, this treasure is extremely rare. Of course, when your Majesty is swallowing it, you can also use the black and white Dao fruit to cultivate. Purple Elder looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. He took a step forward and appeared on the island. At the same time, endless black qi surged and enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shocked. This Deathwater would seem to have a spirit and wanted to swallow him. Your Majesty, the Deathwater would swallows all the water in the world, so it is called water. But because it swallows, it represents death. Your Majesty, what you need to do is swallow it. When Lin Ling wanted to resist, Purple Elder's voice sounded. Lin Ling nodded and allowed the black qi to envelop him. In the end, he was swallowed by the huge ancient tree. Looking from the sky, Lin Ling's figure was no longer on the island. There was only a huge ancient tree. Your Majesty, do your best. The road to becoming an emperor has never been smooth. Only after dying once will you know the value of martial arts. Purple Elder said worriedly. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling felt that his body was being swallowed by the ancient tree. It made him feel like he was isolated from the world. Gradually, a sense of loneliness spread in his heart. This feeling was terrifying. No, I have to rush out of here. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The loneliness infected him, making him feel like he was dying. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. The small world in his body erupted wildly and then withered. Rumble. 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 It fought against the ancient tree. The ancient tree wanted to swallow him, but Lin Ling also wanted to swallow it. Let's see who was fiercer. Time passed quietly. The feeling of loneliness grew stronger. It was as if he was trapped in the ancient tree. Lin Ling was completely dead. Once he died, everything turned to ashes. Yu heavenly concubine and Yu Mun Yuan grandfather, mother, grandfather, too many. Familiar faces gradually faded away. I won't die. However, the disappearing faces did not make Lin Ling fall asleep. Instead, it made his fighting spirit even stronger. He could not die. Once he died, these people would leave him. Rumble. the withering small world erupted again. It started from 2 million and gradually reached 2,500,000. Lin Ling also absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the ancient tree. At this moment, Purple Elder was still guarding outside loyally. Finally, he noticed that the ancient tree's stone tablet gradually changed. It turned into a stone tablet in the shape of a human. That person was sitting cross-legged. His Majesty seems to have won the battle with Deathwater Wood. This means that he has defeated death. Elder Z couldn't help but laugh. Then a cracking sound could be heard as cracks appeared on the stone statue. Then it exploded and a half-naked handsome young man slowly walked out. At this moment, his eyes were deep and filled with indescribable vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had died once. "Your Majesty, how is it?" Purple Elder said worriedly. He knew that those who had undergone the Deadwater Wood cultivation had indeed died once. And in ancient times, although many princes had succeeded in their cultivation, their inner demons had always existed. They were unable to walk out of the entanglement of death and were afraid of death. The feeling of dying once is great. However, Lin Ling smiled with a hint of calmness. Only those who had died once could understand that feeling. After dying once, Lin Ling cherished everything he had now even more. Chapter 1300. Removed from the position of palace lore, the winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time rushes by. Hegemony is nothing more than a drunken life. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, his state of mind had been sublimated, returning to its origin. He was even more carefree, magnanimous, and heroic. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for reaching the 3rd level of the body of the God-Fiend Overlord. Moreover, Your Majesty has consumed another black and white Dao fruit. I'm afraid that your realm has also greatly increased. Purple Elder was gratified. After dying once, the benefits were naturally great. My soul power has reached level 45. At the same time, Lin Ling smiled faintly. The sublimation of his state of mind had also sublimated his soul. 3rd level of the body of the God-Fiend Overlord. Devour the mountains and rivers. Then Lin Ling roared to the sky, causing the sea water to soar into the sky. At the same time, countless amounts of seawater surged towards Lin Ling, fusing into Lin Ling's arms, making Lin Ling's arms look like the arms of a giant. Whoosh! In midair, Lin Ling charged towards the ground and punched out, smashing down like a meteor. Boom! The seawater formed a huge explosion, and a 10,000-mile-wide whirlpool also appeared. It was extremely terrifying. Devour the mountains and rivers, instantly swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a powerful attack with the power of 6 universes. Purple Elder watched this scene with gratification and nodded in satisfaction. The 3rd level of the body of the God-Fiend Overlord had awakened 3 million small worlds in Lin Ling's body, giving him the power of 3 universes. In addition to the devour the mountains and rivers, Lin Ling's strength had more than doubled. Moreover, Lin Ling still had the Void Spirit Lock. If he unlocked it, who knew how strong he would be? If he used the ancient Flame Devil, who knew how strong he would be? Lin Ling's cultivation this time was like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. While Lin Ling was cultivating, below the mountain peak of the Blessed Enclave, a woman was anxiously pacing in circles. She was Li Lingxian. Lin Ling is cultivating. I shouldn't disturb him, but Lord Watermist is about to be impeached. How can Lin Ling not come out? Only Lin Ling can persuade Lord Watermist. Li Lingxian said anxiously. She held the mother and child sound transmission bug, and kept notifying Lin Ling. However, the Blessed Enclave was a place for cultivation. Unless the owner agreed, no one else could enter at will. Thus, she could only use the mother and child sound transmission bug to inform Lin Ling. Lin Ling, calm Lin Ling. This is bad. Lord Watermist is about to be impeached from his position as Palace Master. But Lord Watermist has always supported you. If he doesn't give up, he won't be able to keep his position as Palace Master. So, I hope that Lin Ling can persuade Lord Watermist to stop supporting you. Li Lingxian's voice echoed out from the sound transmission bug. At this time, Lin Ling had already appeared in his cave. As he continued to listen to Li Lingxian's voice, he roughly understood what was going on. Currently, the Black-White Dao Palace had 2 spots to recommend the human sovereign. Lin Ling had obtained one of them. In addition, Lord Watermist had given Lin Ling 3 Black-White Dao fruits, wholeheartedly supporting Lin Ling. This caused the Black-White Dao Palace to be dissatisfied. The elders and disciples all believed that Lord Watermist should either give up on Lin Ling or give up his position as palace master. This was why Li Lingxian was so anxious. She knew that once Lord Watermist decided on something, it would be difficult to change his mind. So, only if Lin Ling gave up on his spot would Lord Watermist give up. Like this, he could keep his position as palace master. I understand. I will return to the Black-White Dao Palace with you. Lin Ling appeared in the heavenly paradise and looked at Li Lingxian. Only if you give up on your spot will Lord Watermist give up. Lin Ling, I'll leave it to you. Li Lingxian bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Everything depended on Lin Ling. Give up. Lin Ling revealed a meaningful smile and said lightly, let's go. I will end it. Let's go. Giving up was the act of a coward. How could Lin Ling give up? If he did, he would be letting down Lord Watermist's trust in him. At this moment, in the Black-White Dao Palace's conference hall, a large number of people had gathered here. Upon closer inspection, many of them were extremely powerful, having reached the rare saint realm. The 18th elder sat there with his eyes closed, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become extremely oppressive. Everyone knew what was about to happen. Lord Watermist had stubbornly supported Lin Ling, who was not part of the Black-White Dao Palace, wasting a precious recommendation. This was why everyone had decided to remove Lord Watermist from the position of palace master. Moreover, as far as they knew, Lord Watermist had privately given 3 Black-White Dao fruits to Lin Ling. This caused even more people in the Black-White Dao Palace to feel unreconciled. The Black-White Dao fruit was something that not even the true geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace were qualified to use. Lin Ling was just an outsider. What qualifications did he have to obtain 3? At this moment, 2 tall figures were sitting at the head of the table. They were like divine emperors looking at the people around them. They were the 2 palace masters Shui Wu and Shan Wu. Shui Wu's face was cold. He naturally knew the purpose of this meeting. He didn't expect that after he was injured, these people would become restless. They had completely forgotten that for the Black-White Dao Palace to become one of the 4 pillars of Xianpeng Province, Lord Watermist had paid a great price. Is no one speaking? Since that's the case, everyone can disperse. In the silence, Lord Watermist indifferently said. Everyone in the hall narrowed their eyes. They had come to impeach Lord Watermist, but they hadn't even said their purpose. Was this meeting going to end? Lord, I think that you have grown old. At this moment a voice finally rang out. Qi Xing, this meeting is the most important meeting of the Black-White Dao Palace. You are just a disciple. What qualifications do you have to speak? Someone angrily shouted. It was clearly Lord Watermist's disciple. Shut up, Yongbin. You've already been defeated, so you have even less qualifications to speak. However, the youth who had spoken coldly shouted, causing Lord Watermist's disciple to frown. He felt extremely humiliated. The youth who had spoken was called Qi Xing. He was at the 7th stage of the Transcendent Realm, and was the 2nd strongest disciple of Lord Shan Wu. In the Black-White Dao Palace, he was extremely famous. He had once fought with Lord Watermist's most prized disciple, Li Lingxian, and returned with a draw. But it was said that Qi Xing's strength had increased greatly, and his comprehension of a transcendent martial art had reached the Transcendent Realm. Thus, he had proudly stood out to prove himself. In the ceremonial hall, anyone can speak. How can we be so tyrannical just because we are palace masters? Lord Watermist, don't you think so? At this moment, Lord Shan Wu, who had been silent all this time, indifferently said. This caused Lord Watermist to frown, but he still nodded and said, indeed. He was furious. This Qi Xing was Lord Shan Wu's disciple. Clearly, he had only dared to be so arrogant because of Lord Shan Wu's orders. Lord, I think that you have grown old. You should give up the position of palace master. With Lord Shan Wu's support, Qi Xing's lips curled into a proud smile as he spoke again. The current him didn't fear Lord Watermist at all. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Chapter 1301. Who dared to remove him? Haha. This is something that everyone knows, so it's fine if I say it. I just want to tell everyone that the Black-White Dao Palace's current glory is all because of everyone here. Not because of you, Lord Watermist. If you want to deceive everyone and act so tyrannically, then as a disciple of the Black-White Dao Palace, I will not allow that. Qi Xing's voice was like thunder, as if everything he had done was for the sake of the Black-White Dao Palace. He coldly shouted, Lord Watermist, let me ask you, did you give 3 Black-White Dao fruits to Lin Ling? His voice was interrogative, as if he were not a disciple but the palace master of the Black-White Dao Palace. The anger in Lord Watermist's heart grew even stronger. But, he suppressed it and lightly said, yes, but these Black-White Dao fruits are mine. If I give them to Lin Ling, do I need your permission? Haha, what a good yours. But the Black-White Dao fruits belong to the Black-White Dao Palace. Not you. Qi Xing laughed. That was one reason. Secondly, you actually recommended a precious spot to Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling is your illegitimate son? Or did you owe Lin Ling a favor so you used a precious spot to repay it? Bastard, the spots are between me and Lord Mountain Mist. If I give a spot to Lin Ling, do you have the right to interfere? Or do you want that spot? Lord Watermist angrily stood up, unable to bear it any longer. I still say the same thing. The spots belong to the Black-White Dao Palace, not you. You cannot hide the truth from the masses. Qi Xing remained unafraid. If the spots were given to powerful geniuses, I wouldn't object. But to give them to Lin Ling? According to what I know, Lin Ling swallowed 3 Black-White Dao fruits, but his cultivation boundary hasn't changed. Does such trash have the qualifications to obtain a spot? Rather than that, you might as well give the spot to me. As he spoke to her, the hall was thrown into an uproar. Qi Xing actually wanted a spot. No wonder he had stood up today. My words before may have been a bit rude, but I was only speaking the truth. From these 2 matters, it seems that Lord Watermist is no longer suitable to be the palace master. Finally, Qi Xing stepped forwards, publicly forcing Lord Watermist to abdicate. How dare you? The disciples behind Lady Shui Wu all roared furiously. This Qi Xing was simply lawless. Qi Xing, after saying so much, you finally revealed your true intentions. You want to obtain the slot and you want me to give up my position. Qi Xing, who told you to do this? Lord Shui Wu sneered and released a powerful aura. In fact, he knew that the one who wanted to impeach him was Lord Shanwu. Qi Xing was just a pawn, but a pawn was a pawn. How could he offend the palace lord? Lady Shui Wu, I was merely speaking my mind. Why do you have to bully the weak? This is not good for you. Why don't you let the elders decide everything? Said Mr. Shanwu indifferently. Mr. Shui Wu frowned. As expected, it was Mr. Shanwu. That's right. This is a critical moment for the Black-White Dao Palace. Only a wise leader can make the correct decision. Thus, I approve of removing Lady Watermist from her position as palace master. Although Qi Xing isn't the strongest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he is at least stronger than Lady Watermist's Li Lingxian. Since he obtained a spot, he has the qualifications. Lady Shui Wu, you should give up your position. From the moment you supported Lin Ling, you no longer have the qualifications to be palace master. At this moment, the elders all spoke out, causing Lady Shui Wu's pupils to narrow. She hadn't expected that the elders would target her. It seems that everyone has the same opinion, Lord Shanwu said with a sinister smile. It was obvious that he had made some connections with these elders beforehand. Give up your position. At the same time, countless people in the hall began to shout. The atmosphere was explosive, as if someone had ignited a bomb. Everyone wanted Lady Shui Wu to give up her position. Their voices were like the waves of the sea. As they entered Lady Shui Wu's ears, her face turned pale. Over the years, she had poured her heart and soul into the Black-White Dao Palace, making it one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. But who would have thought that after she was injured, her prestige would plummet? Everyone wanted to use the matter of the Black-White Dao fruit to remove her from her position. These people were so ugly. Lady Watermist powerlessly sat back down, her heart ashen. This world was just so heartless. You could only continue to grow stronger. But once you became weak, others would eye you like a tiger eyeing its prey. All of your merits and relationships were in fact nothing more than fleeting clouds. Haha, all of you want me to give up my position as palace master. Lady Shui Wu absent-mindedly laughed. At this moment she seemed to feel a little tired. Forget it, forget it. Since all of you want this position so badly, I'll let you have it. Before she finished speaking, Lord Shanwu's eyes shone brightly. Qi Xing also smiled excitedly. If Lady Shui Wu gave up her position, then he would also be able to obtain a spot. However, at this moment there was a loud bang and the door was smashed open. Dust and wood splinters flew everywhere. Then a figure slowly walked in. It was Lin Ling. Behind him was Li Lingxian. At this moment her eyes were filled with shock. She had never imagined that Lin Ling would break down the door and barge in. At this moment the entire hall was silent. Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling. No one had imagined that the person who had come was Lin Ling. Moreover, he had broken down the door and barged in. Lord Shanwu and Qi Xing in particular had ugly expressions. They had almost succeeded, but at the critical moment, someone had come to cause trouble. Who dares to remove Lady Shui Wu from her position as palace master? As soon as he stepped into the hall, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone's eyes widened. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would dare to speak in such a manner. Even Lady Shui Wu was stunned. Everyone in the Black-White Dao Palace wanted to remove her from her position as palace master. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of powerful enemies and had publicly come to support her. You are not from the Black-White Dao Palace. Get lost. Qi Xing looked at Lin Ling with disdain, frowning. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear him. He shouted again. Who dares to remove Lady Shui Wu from her position as palace master? To him, with Lady Shui Wu supporting him so much, how could he not do anything? You! Qi Xing's face turned ugly. He was the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace and was even stronger than Li Lingxian. Yet Lin Ling dared to ignore him. Just as he was about to speak, Lord Shanwu's voice rang out. That's right. Everyone agrees that Lady Shui Wu is no longer suitable to be palace master. Lord Shanwu narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. He could kill such a junior with a single slap, but right now the Black-White Dao Palace was discussing important matters. Thus he had to convince the masses and give Lin Ling the chance to speak. Why? Lin Ling didn't even look at Lord Shanwu. Instead he calmly asked. Chapter 1302. Transcendent 6th Stage. That's right, it's because of you. You're not from the Black-White Dao Palace, yet you still have the nerve to appear here. Earth-grade trash. You want to get a recommendation like that? Lord Water Mist's vision is getting worse and worse. Scram. Scram. 3 Black-White Dao fruits can't help you break through. If you're not trash, then what are you? A large number of disdainful and angry voices rang out from the hall. Lord Mountain Mist and Qi Xing sneered. This Lin Ling wanted to help Lord Water Mist, but the more he tried, the worse he got. Lin Ling, go back. This isn't something you can decide. Lord Water Mist sighed. But just as he spoke, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Is it because I used 3 Black-White Dao fruits and obtained a recommendation that everyone wants to remove Lord Water Mist from his position as palace master? Nonsense. As soon as Lin Ling's voice rang out, the entire hall filled with disdain. Lin Ling, you still have the nerve to mention it? 3 Black-White Dao fruits were enough to greatly increase one's strength, but Lin Ling hadn't made any progress at all. An Earth-grade saint body was indeed trash. Trash is trash. You want to stand up and speak? Shame on you. Qi Xing sneered, extremely confident. If you gave me 3 Black-White Dao fruits, I would definitely be a step closer to the saint realm. Giving them to others would also greatly increase their strength. Giving them to you is a waste of heaven's treasures. Is Lord Water Mist's decision not wrong? Does he still have the qualifications to be palace master? So if my Black-White Dao fruits were not wasted, then Lord Water Mist's decision was not wrong. He can still be palace master? Facing Qi Xing's sneer, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out once more, causing everyone's cheers to instantly stop. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. What was Lin Ling planning? His skin was so thick that he still hadn't given up? Of course. Before Qi Xing could speak, Lord Mountain Mist nodded. Then I would like to ask my lord, what realm would a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator reach after consuming the black and white Dao fruit? Lin Ling looked straight at Lord Mountain Mist as he asked. Those with ordinary talent can reach Transcendent Stage 5. Those with exceptional talent can reach Transcendent Stage 6 at the very least. As for you, you're just an Earth grade talent. It's already impressive for you to reach Transcendent Stage 5. Lord Shan Wu snorted coldly and said with disdain, Alright, I still have a black and white Dao fruit here. This means that I've consumed 2. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a black and white Dao fruit appeared. Many people revealed looks of greed, but even more were unwilling. This piece of trash had used 2 black and white Dao fruits. Since his strength hadn't increased at all, it was truly a waste. Qi Xing's face was also filled with unwillingness. If it were me, I would definitely be able to break through to the next level after consuming 2 black and white Dao fruits. As for you, I don't even want to say anything more. You should just get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling said indifferently, Is that so? At the same time, Lin Ling's hands touched each other's wrists, and a mysterious force bloomed. Under countless gazes, the crowd saw a chain on Lin Ling's wrist being unlocked. In the next instant, an enormous aura erupted, intimidating the entire hall and causing it to shake. The void spirit lock had been unlocked. Wang! A streak of spiritual origin shockingly appeared. Then 2, 3, 4. Gradually, a total of 7 spiritual sources appeared. One of them was clearly different. It was a heterogeneous spiritual source, but the other 6 were dazzling, making the young man in the hall look like an emperor descending. Transcendent Stage 6. At the same time, all sound disappeared. Everyone stopped breathing and their hearts exploded. Transcendent Stage 6. Lord Watermist's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to rise so quickly. It had to be known that he had only given Lin Ling the black and white Dao fruits for a dozen days. Even a heaven-grade Saint Body cultivator couldn't break through 2 levels in such a short time. But Lin Ling, who was only an Earth-grade talent, had done it. How could he know that Lin Ling had cultivated in the Purple Palace realm for more than a dozen years, not just a dozen days? As for Lord Watermist and Qi Xing, their eyes narrowed. 2 black and white Dao fruits had allowed Lin Ling to break through 2 levels. They had said that 3 black and white Dao fruits would only allow a genius to break through 2 levels. Now their words were like slaps to their own faces, bringing with it a burning pain. Now tell me, is Lord Watermist's decision wrong? While everyone was silent, Lin Ling's cold voice was like a bomb, causing everyone's ears to ring. But no one could say anything. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's talent was very poor, but at least he hadn't wasted the black and white Dao fruits. Impossible! At this time, an angry roar sounded out. It was Qi Xing's voice. You are only an Earth-grade talent. It is impossible for you to rely on 2 black and white Dao fruits to break through 2 levels. You must have used some method to squeeze out your potential and increase your cultivation. But even if you reach the Transcendent 6th stage, it's useless. You still don't have the qualifications to obtain a recommendation. This also proves that Lord Watermist's decision was wrong. Qi Xing angrily shouted. If he wanted to impeach Lord Watermist, he needed an excuse to convince the masses. And of Lord Watermist's 2 major mistakes, Lin Ling had proved that the black and white Dao fruits hadn't been wasted. So, he could only use the second mistake to accuse Lord Watermist. This was their only remaining hope. Do you think you alone have the qualifications to obtain a recommendation? Lin Ling indifferently spat out. At least I have the qualifications. Lin Ling, you squeezed out your potential and increased your cultivation, but that doesn't mean Lord Watermist's decision was correct. Qi Xing took a step forward, his aura domineering. Many people awoke from their shock. Yes, Lin Ling was only an Earth-step talent. How could he have broken through with just 2 black and white Dao fruits? He must have squeezed out all his potential and forcefully raised his cultivation. And in the Great Black Pung territory, this sort of thing wasn't rare at all. Still trash. Many people shook their heads in disdain. This made Qi Xing smile. The situation was under his control again. He played with his nails and said, of course, if you want to prove that Lord Watermist's judgment was correct, then you can also defeat me. This way, it will prove that we were wrong, and Lord Watermist was right. As soon as he finished speaking, his powerful aura burst out. 7 spiritual sources were as majestic as pillars. The heaven-grade saint body formed a large area of red lightning, shocking the audience hall. Lightning, his saint body was actually of the lightning element. Lightning was already domineering, and after reaching the heaven grade it was already at the heaven grade. Do you dare or not? Qi Xing's hair fluttered and his voice was like thunder. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was only an earth grade talent, and his cultivation was 1 level lower than Qi Xing's. If he dared to accept the challenge, he would definitely die. Moreover, Qi Xing was the 2nd greatest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Even Li Lingxian wasn't his match. Lin Ling, you can't. Chapter 1303. Swallowing mountains and rivers. Lin Ling, they came prepared. There's no point in giving up the position of Palace Lord, Lady Xuewu said. Lin Ling dared to accept the challenge because he had fallen into the enemy's trap. However, what they didn't know was that although it had only been a few days since the end of the Yellow List's winning streak, to Lin Ling, that was equivalent to a few years. Therefore, why wouldn't he dare? You think you're qualified to compete with me for the recommendation spot? You don't even know how to write the word, death. Lin Ling said calmly without fear. As soon as his words fell, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling actually dared to accept the challenge? You're courting death. Lady Shan Wu and the other elders had mocking expressions on their faces. Lin Ling was courting death. He didn't know how powerful Qi Xing was. It seems like you've chosen the path of death. Fine. Only by killing you will the Black-White Dao Palace become a pure land. Qi Xing smiled indifferently. He spread his hands and red lightning erupted like a storm. Destructive and crazy, the hall was instantly annihilated. Everyone felt as if they had stepped into the laws of lightning. My innate talent is the heaven-grade crimson cloud heavenly heart lightning. Originally, my innate talent was earth-grade, but I accidentally came across a set of records from the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom. It recorded how to absorb heavenly lightning, and in the end I succeeded, allowing my innate talent to reach the heaven grade. Furthermore, I comprehended the world of red lightning, reaching the transcendent level of a supreme pattern martial art. Pop pop pop. Along with Qi Xing's voice, a pool of red lightning appeared, roaring ferociously. Lightning snakes swam about, turning the place into a forbidden land of death. Amazing. Apart from the number 1 person of the Black-White Dao Palace, who else can be his match? Yeah, Qi Xing got the other spot. He deserves it. Lin Ling is trash. He has no hope of winning. The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace were overjoyed. If Lin Ling were to encounter the 2nd strongest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, Qi Xing, he would probably be torn apart in a single move. Lady Watermist had a serious expression as she watched the two of them. As long as Lin Ling was in mortal danger, she would definitely step in. Even if she didn't want the position of Palace Lord, she would protect Lin Ling. After all, she was the one who had dragged Lin Ling into this vortex today. Use your demon god, I want to electrocute your demon god. Qi Xing shouted proudly. His voice actually moved along with the thunder and lightning, causing pain in the eardrums of the crowd. Against you, I don't even need to use the demon god. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, as if he had no idea how terrifying Qi Xing's lightning power was. As his voice fell, the people of the Black-White Dao Palace all roared in anger. Lin Ling was far too arrogant. He thought he was still facing the experts of Xianpeng Province. He didn't know what it meant to be a genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. It's been a long time since someone said that to me. Very well, then I won't leave your corpse intact. Qi Xing shook his head and laughed, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. His body blossomed with a red light, and he instantly disappeared. His speed was extremely terrifying, even faster than lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. His hands were open, and a terrifying lightning power was released, forming a large area of red lightning. This lightning roared crazily, killing everything in its path. He's dead for sure. Lin Ling didn't even have time to react. Once he enters the lightning law, his corpse won't even be left behind. Seeing this scene, many people began to sneer. However, Lin Ling's eyes remained calm, but there was a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. Qi Xing was indeed very powerful, But unfortunately, he had met Lin Ling. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was slightly weaker, but Lin Ling had the body of a fiend god overlord. In terms of Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial arts, Lin Ling could only be stronger, not weaker. After all, Lin Ling had comprehended extreme pattern martial arts earlier than Qi Xing. Qi, Qi, Qi. Allowing the lightning to wreak havoc on his body, Lin Ling's body surged with blue flames. Numerous flame birds flew out from his body, forming a large area of fire law. Gorgeous! The blue flame birds were extremely gorgeous, colorful, and densely packed. A world of fire appeared. The sneers on the crowd's faces instantly froze. Lin Ling had also comprehended extreme pattern martial arts. This time, the lightning law collided with the fire law. Rumble! One side was tyrannical and surging. The other was boundless and majestic. In that instant, the faces of the Black-White Dao Palace disciples turned ugly. If Lin Ling was trash, then what were they? They were probably worse than trash. At the very least, many of them hadn't comprehended extreme pattern martial arts. You have some ability, but unfortunately, your talent is weaker than mine. You will still die. Let's see how long your fire can resist. Qi Xing's eyes were filled with shock, but he still sneered. His hands were like lightning demons, and the red lightning crazily erupted. You will die within an incense stick's worth of time. Qi. Everyone heard this sentence. This also meant that Qi Xing wanted to prove himself. He was determined to get the recommendation spot. At this moment, Lin Ling allowed the flames to fly out of his body. He raised his eyes and looked at Qi Xing indifferently. You will die within one move. Qi. Bang. His voice was resolute and decisive, causing the hearts of the elders to violently jump. Qi Xing was crazy enough, but who knew that Lin Ling was even crazier? He didn't finish him within an incense stick's worth of time, but in one move. Dream on. Qi. Qi Xing's face instantly turned ugly, and even more terrifying lightning erupted, swallowing mountains and rivers. Qi. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His arms instantly expanded, as if he was blowing air. He was like a god of war descending. Look! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qi. Many people were shocked. They could see with their naked eyes that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was continuously being absorbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to be swallowing mountains and rivers. What kind of ability was this? Uproar heaven! Boom! At this moment, a cold shout rang out, and the huge sword ruthlessly slashed out. This sword was sharp and domineering, arrogant and crazy, as if it was going to swallow mountains and rivers. Rumble! It was as if the sword was going to swallow mountains and rivers. The lightning was ruthlessly slashed apart, and the red pool of lightning was also broken apart. Qi Xing's pupils contracted. That sword seemed ordinary, but who knew that it was so terrifying, as if it could slash through anything. Power, its power. Boom! At this moment, Qi Xing suddenly understood. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling's talent was weaker than his, but Lin Ling's talent was stronger than his, and that talent was the strength of his physical body. Wait! Retreat! Qi Xing angrily shouted. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The sword slashed out, and the lightning and man both exploded. Exploding was not severing, nor was it killing. Instead, it turned Qi Xing into ashes. This also showed how terrifying the power of the 6 universes was, and how domineering that sword was. All the elders and disciples were silent at this moment. Qi Xing was the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Everyone felt that he had the qualifications to obtain a recommendation, as long as he defeated Lin Ling. Everyone also thought that Lin Ling would not be able to block Qi Xing, but who would have thought that Qi Xing would be killed in a single sword strike without any hesitation? Moreover, many people did not understand how Lin Ling had won. After all, Qi Xing was a transcendent stage 7 genius with a heaven-grade saint body. Lord Shanwu, is this the trash you want to recommend to the human emperor? Yes. Chapter 1304. Shocked everyone trash. Trash. Everyone's heart trembled. Before they had called Lin Ling trash, but now Qi Xing couldn't even block a single sword strike. Who was the trash? Lord Shanwu's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to win, But he was worthy of being called a Saint Realm Supermaster. He could see the reason for Lin Ling's strength. A bit powerful. Your talent is average, but your physical body has reached at least 5 universes. Trash. Hong. Everyone was shocked again. 5 universes, 1 universe represented 1 billion and 5 universes? It was hard to imagine. Lin Ling was simply a human-shaped monster king. However, physical strength is very difficult to cultivate, and you won't be able to go far in the future. 5 universes is your limit. Lord Shan Wu's thin face twitched as he spoke again. His heart was boiling with anger, and he didn't want Lin Ling to be too sharp, so he suppressed him with words. Your eyes are rotten. Mine is 6 universes. Trash. However, just as he spoke, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing Lord Shan Wu's eyes to narrow and his face to turn ferocious. Previously, he had wanted to remain calm and not lose face for Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would make him lose face again? What I want to say now is whether Lord Shui Wu is qualified to be the palace master. Trash. Lin Ling spat out another sentence, sweeping his disdainful gaze across everyone. At this moment, everyone was silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had wasted the black and white Dao fruit, but who knew that Lin Ling would break through 2 stages in a row? As for the recommendation spot, everyone thought that Lin Ling wasn't qualified. But Lin Ling had killed the Black and White Dao Palace's number 2 genius with a single sword strike. Now, who dared to say that Lord Shui Wu's eyes were bad? Even Lord Shui Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Ling to turn the tide and suppress everyone present today. Then, borrowing the momentum of Lin Ling's strength, he said indifferently, if no one says anything, then I'll sit down again. Trash. Lord Shui Wu's eyes are still unique. I approve of him continuing. That's right. I never thought that the Lin Ling that Lady Watermist found would be so strong. If we recommend him to the human sovereign, he might bring glory to our Black-White Dao Palace. I support Mistress Watermist. The elders looked at each other and shouted. Their changing faces made everyone feel disgusted. In this world, strength was revered. If Lin Ling was too weak, then they would naturally kick him while he was down. But now, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed was the second strongest amongst all the geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace. If there was a chance to recommend him to the human sovereign in the future, he would definitely be above them. Thus, they immediately turned their backs on him. These bastards! Lord Shan Wu roared in his heart. The trap he had set up had been messed up by Lin Ling alone. Well, let's end the meeting. Lord Watermist was a bit disheartened. Everyone's changing expressions made him feel disgusted. Then he strode away. A bunch of self-righteous fence-sitters. They've lived for so many years, but they've lived like dogs. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he followed Lord Watermist. He also knew that Lord Watermist was feeling helpless in his heart. He had worked hard for the Black-White Dao Palace for so many years, but after being injured, he had been abandoned. If such a thing had happened to Lin Ling, he would have long since abandoned his position as palace master. Anyone who wanted to take the position could do so. Everyone in the hall was speechless for a long time. There was no lack of powerful Saint Realm cultivators among them, but even they were ashamed by Lin Ling's words. Only Lord Shan Wu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling had ruined his good fortune. Ugh. Outside, Lord Watermist looked at the clear blue sky and let out a light breath, as if he wanted to sweep away all his previous depression. He then smiled and said, Lin Ling, thank you. Sir trusts me so much, how could I let Sir down? Lin Ling smiled. Since someone had given him a drop of water, if he had the chance, Lin Ling would definitely give back an ocean. Haha, even now, I have to admire Venerable Si Kongming's vision. When he found you in the past, I'm afraid he never imagined you would reach such heights today. Lord Watermist sighed. The current Lin Ling could defeat transcendent 7th stage geniuses without using his demon god. And with his demon god, he would be even stronger. I really don't know how you cultivate. In such a short time you broke through 2 realms. Moreover, you didn't fall behind in your physical body cultivation. It feels like you've been cultivating for dozens of years. Lord Watermist sighed helplessly. As one of the top masters of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, he had seen countless rising stars over the years, but someone as mysterious as Lin Ling was simply rare. Lin Ling must have secrets he didn't know. However, everyone had their own secrets, so if Lin Ling didn't say anything, Lord Watermist wouldn't ask. Today you've established your prestige in front of the Black and White Dao Palace elders. I'm afraid they won't have much to say about your quota, but be careful of Lord Watermist's eldest disciple, Zhang Ran. He's young but has already reached the Saint Realm, and is one of the Black and White Dao Palace's other quotas. When the 4 quotas are gathered, he'll definitely make things difficult for you. Moreover, the other 3 quotas are all Saint Realm masters. It's only a matter of time before they reach the Langya 10 temples. Lin Ling frowned. Saint Realm? Lady Xuewu said again, causing Lin Ling to frown. This meant that the 4 quotas were all top Saint Realm geniuses, and he had the lowest cultivation. No wonder no one was optimistic about him from the beginning. However, there's still some time before the gathering. I hope you can improve your strength again. Lord Watermist smiled. She had confidence in Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded heavily. The arrow was already knocked on the bow, so he had no choice but to keep getting stronger. Lin Ling, I underestimated you before. I hope you don't take it to heart. Li Lingxian looked at Lin Ling and said. She was now completely convinced by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Qi Xing, and Qi Xing's strength was above hers. She felt that it was a little unreal. After all, Lin Ling had only been in the Black and White Dao Palace for a short period of time, but he was already the second most talented disciple. Even in the splendid mountain and river and the 3 profound realms of the mortal world, his strength could be ranked at the top. Did senior sister say anything? I don't remember. Lin Ling smiled, causing Li Lingxian to be stunned for a moment. She felt extremely grateful in her heart. In the second layer of the Purple Palace realm, above the vast ocean, Lin Ling floated there, his clear eyes staring ahead. After unlocking the Void Spirit Lock and breaking through 2 stages, Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Now that he was at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, the Void Spirit Lock wouldn't have much of an effect. However, although Lin Ling's cultivation was fast, the other 3 geniuses had higher cultivations. They had all reached the Saint Realm, which made Lin Ling speechless. He was very curious about how they cultivated. After that, Lin Ling asked Old Z and learned that he might have an ancient immortal physique. An immortal physique was a talent above a saint physique. These powerful cultivators cultivated spirit yuan the moment they were born. Spirit yuan. Chapter 1305. Resonance of the Gods. Legend has it that those with immortal physiques have the bloodline of immortals. In the past, the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom and the Hong Dynasty had many powerful cultivators with immortal physiques, and even some with divine physiques. Aside from the advantages they bring, they can also comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth faster than ordinary people. Elder Violet said solemnly. Above a saint physique was an immortal physique, and above that was a divine physique. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He only had a saint physique, and couldn't compare at all. Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. As the saying goes, man conquers the heavens. Hotian geniuses may be able to surpass innate geniuses. For example, Your Majesty's God Devil Overlord body. The previous emperor said that this body's martial arts can be cultivated to the level of a divine physique. Of course, whether or not that is true, this humble servant is not sure, but one thing is certain, it is not weaker than an immortal physique. Elder Violet said. So this is the cultivation of Hotian. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. Your Majesty's fire martial Tao is slow, but you can make up for it through other means such as weapons. Your Majesty's tyrannical songsword's grade is too low, but you can make it a high-grade heavenly weapon, or even a king or emperor grade weapon. You can add fire runes to the sword. Elder Violet suggested. Moreover, Your Majesty's God Devil Overlord body has reached the 3rd layer. But you have yet to comprehend the divine charm of swallowing mountains and rivers. Divine charm of swallowing mountains and rivers. That's right. When the previous emperor reached this realm at the age of 30, he devoured the world's spiritual energy and formed a powerful physical body. At that time, he had reached the resonance of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. If the 3rd layer of the God Devil Overlord body could reach the resonance of the gods, then he would have to work harder. Moreover, he was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His physical body's talent was very strong, and his soul force was strong to begin with. His only shortcoming was his spiritual energy, but that could be made up for with weapons. It seems like I will have to reforge the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror. The reason he was invincible among the geniuses in the same generation was because of his triple cultivation. Cultivation, of course, he wouldn't blindly reach the 7th layer for speed. Your Majesty, after transcendence is the 9th step of the Saint Realm. Reaching the Saint Realm means that Your Majesty is only 2 steps away from the peak of the world. Old Z said respectfully. Lin Ling looked at the sea in the distance. Unknowingly, he had already reached such a height. Back when he was in Guyen's sect, he had thought about reaching the heavens and earth, but he didn't expect that it would take him less time than he expected. I will definitely step into the Saint Realm, but for now the most important thing is to improve my foundation. Lin Ling smiled as he continued forward with Violet Elder, fighting against the ancient shattered souls on the islands. These shattered souls were all generals of the star-seizing country in the past. Their cultivation bases were all at the 7th level of the transcendent realm. Others always felt that it was unbelievable that Lin Ling could jump realms to battle, but how could they know just how many battles Lin Ling had fought? Your Majesty, I admit defeat. His Majesty's comprehension of martial arts is very powerful. The extreme martial art, Sea of Flames world, is already at the peak of the transcendent realm. He is just 1 step away from entering the world of heavenly martial arts. I give up. Your Majesty's eyes seem to be able to see through everything about me. On the islands, the shattered souls said helplessly. These shattered souls were more perfect than the shattered souls in the 1st layer. They had their own consciousness, which was why Lin Ling didn't kill them after defeating them. Your Majesty, this one will fight with you later. The 10 great generals appeared. Their tall and sturdy bodies were like war gods standing above the world. Good. Lin Ling shouted as the small world in his body erupted. Boom! 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 The 2 fought fiercely. The water in the sea was constantly evaporating. After reaching the 3rd layer of the fiend god tyrant body, Lin Ling's physical strength was even stronger than the ancient flame devil and Yaksha king. This was the power of the ancient emperor cultivation technique. Resonance of gods. Finally, after 3 years of bitter cultivation, Lin Ling comprehended the divine fall of swallowing mountains and rivers. To put it bluntly, swallowing mountains and rivers was devouring the world's spiritual chi, and when the devouring reached a certain level, it would form the resonance of gods. Rumble. Above the vast sea, the 9-colored divine light shrouded Lin Ling. Under the divine light, the vague body of an ancient god appeared. It was tall and mighty, as if it was the ruler of the world. Its fists were especially dazzling with golden light, like a huge meteor. Along with Lin Ling's fierce punch, it raised tens of thousands of miles-high waves. I admit defeat. Facing the resonance of gods, General Che Chi anxiously shouted and knelt down in midair. At the same time, the terrifying fist stopped, but General Che Chi was still looking at the vague body of the ancient god, his heart trembling. The 3rd layer of the fiend god tyrant body, swallowing mountains and rivers, could make the fists of the ancient god clear, which meant that he had the strength of the ancient god's arms. If he reached the 4th layer, other vague parts would become clear, and Lin Ling's strength would increase again. When he reached the peak, the whole body of the ancient god would become clear, and at that time it would no longer be a resonance but a true descent. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully comprehending it. Your Majesty is indeed talented. At the same time, Purple Elder also appeared, and Lin Ling smiled modestly. It's not that I'm talented, but that I've been cultivating for a full 3 years. That's right, for a full 3 years Lin Ling had been cultivating here. Fortunately, the time here was in a world of its own, so even though 3 years had passed, Lin Ling had only been here for 3 days. Your Majesty, you can go buy the materials to forge a high-level heavenly soldier. Yes, in the previous Yellow Board martial competition, I used all my money to buy materials and forged many low-level heavenly soldiers. Now I can sell them and then buy rare materials to forge my tyrant song sword. The higher the level of the heavenly soldier, the more precious the materials needed. Sometimes, a single material was equivalent to tens of thousands of low-level heavenly soldiers. Of course, with such a precious material, the benefits were naturally not small. With a powerful heavenly soldier in hand, Lin Ling's fire marshal Dao could greatly improve. After coming out of the Violet Palace, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Lin Ling first looked for Yu Man Yun and the others, and immediately discovered that they were still in closed-door cultivation. Lin Ling did not think of interrupting them, because warriors would go into closed-door cultivation for as short as a month, and as long as a year. Is Old Man Dong Fu in the beautiful mountain and rivers? If he wanted to sell a low-level heavenly soldier, the best person was naturally Old Man Dong Fu. I just returned from the 4-star sacred domain. Lin Ling, if you are in the beautiful mountain and rivers, then I will go find you. Old Man Dong Fu's voice came from the sound transmission bug, and Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. After waiting for half a day, Old Man Dong Fu's figure appeared in an ancient transmission array in the beautiful mountain and rivers, causing Lin Ling, who had been waiting for a long time, to finally smile. TSK crazy. A total of 100 low-level Heavenly Soldier S and 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldier S Lin Ling. This is not a small business. However, I can find someone who can swallow these treasures. Follow me. Old Man Dong Fu was surprised at first, but then he realized that the Heavenly Soldier in Lin Ling's hand should have been forged by the mysterious master. Old Man Dong Fu brought Lin Ling through the boundless green mountains. Not long later, the two of them landed in one of the directions of the beautiful mountain and rivers. This place was extremely lively, but it was also extremely orderly. People wearing white robes walked in the mountains, and between the mountains, there were many luxurious buildings. Chapter 1306. Pill Forging Guild. Old Man Dong Fu laughed, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Pill Forging Guild? Xinpeng Province's strongest alchemist, the gathering place of blacksmiths? Haha, Old Man Dong Fu, every time I see you there is good news, but today you have brought me such a big deal. At this moment, a delicate laughter sounded from the luxurious building in front of them. Then, a charming woman walked over with light steps. Lin Ling's pupils constricted when he heard the voice. It was her. The person who came was Lu Susu. Lin Ling was depressed. He should have thought of it earlier. To be able to swallow so many of his treasures, other than the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth, who else could it be? Lu Susu also saw Lin Ling. Her watery eyes revealed a look of curiosity, and the doubts in her heart were easily solved. 100 low-level Heavenly Soldier S, 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldier S. Who would be able to take out such a thing? But Lin Ling could, because his master was a mysterious ancient martial artist. Little guy, you are really rich. Arriving in front of the two, Lu Susu suddenly laughed. At the same time, a faint orchid fragrance floated into Lin Ling's nose. Lin Ling's gaze swept over and saw the magnificent twin peaks. Lin Ling didn't dare to look anymore. Are you afraid of seeing me? Lu Susu saw Lin Ling's fearful gaze. She took a step forward. She liked Lin Ling's look of not daring to look even though his heart was moved. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. She was a girl, but she was not afraid. How could he be afraid? He looked at Lu Susu from head to toe, looking at her curvaceous body. Lu Susu was bullying Lin Ling at first, but who knew that this brat would be so shameless? She suddenly became thick-skinned and scolded. Rogue! Aren't you dressed so flirtatiously for others to see? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. However, he had to admit that Lu Susu was indeed very beautiful. Her skin was also very white. She was tall where she should be and thin where she should be. No wonder she was called a beauty on par with the 9th heaven fairy. Of course, in Lin Ling's heart, Yu and the others were not bad either. It was just that they were younger than Lu Susu, so they lacked the charm accumulated over time. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Lu Susu twisted her mouth. Old Man Dong Fu, do you have those treasures on you? I'll go with you to take a look. If they're real, the price is negotiable. After saying that, she looked at Lin Ling and explained, because the treasure will appear in the auction in the Heavenly Hall, it needs to be appraised. It's not that I don't trust you. I understand. It's not the first time you've said that. Lin Ling imitated Lu Susu and curled his lips. Lu Susu was stunned for a moment. This was not the first time he said this. She remembered that last time when the mysterious person had come to sell the treasure, she had also explained it this way. And this was the first time Lin Ling had made a deal with her, but he said it wasn't the first time. Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in Lu Susu's heart. She continuously shook her head. Impossible, Lin Ling was just over 20 years old. How could he forge a weapon that even old man Dong Fu worshipped? She thought so inside, but Lu Susu didn't say more. She led old man Dong Fu forward. Lin Ling, wait here for a moment. It'll be done soon. Yes. All right. Yes. Lin Ling nodded in response. His gaze swept across the buildings at the bottom of the ancient mountain. With curiosity, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The pill forging union was an extremely sacred place. Every pill forging master certificate was tested here. And with a certificate, the pills that were refined or sold would have a high reputation. If you want to become a pill forging master, the first requirement is the Soul Force test. Reaching the 10th level of Soul Force is considered a 1-star pill forging master. Reaching the 15th level is a 2-star pill forging master. And with a certificate, you can go anywhere in Xianpeng province. You can even go anywhere in the 3 mysterious realms of the human realm. Even at the moment of life and death, if you announce your certificate, the enemy may let you go. In a plaza, a large number of youths were gathered. An old man's voice was loud and clear. These youths all wore white robes with a star embroidered on their chests. They were the Pill Forging Union's pill forging masters. Those with a star were 1-star pill forging masters. Their status was higher than normal people. Their soul force was at least at the 10th level. Whether it was an alchemist or a pill forging master, what determined their talent was their soul force. As for their skills, it was their acquired talent. This was because the soul force was the most difficult to cultivate. Xianpeng province didn't have many things. There were many geniuses, strange flames, mysterious forging methods, and so on. But everything was based on soul force. Look, that's one of the top 10 pill forging masters, Senior He Tian and Senior Yu Fu. At this time the crowd called out respectfully. Today's 3-star pill forging master examination was the same as usual. The top 10 pill forging masters had all appeared. And at this time Lin Ling was strolling through the crowd. He was slightly curious, so he walked into the plaza. He wanted to see what was different about the Pill Forging Union's way of forging. Get out of the way. What's there to be curious about? That martial stage will never belong to you. Nor will it belong to you. At this time, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. A slender and handsome young man said to Lin Ling indifferently. Then he walked past Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. However, he didn't care about the other party's rudeness. The young man was extremely proud. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and there was a golden star embroidered on his chest. He was obviously a 1-star pill forging master. His soul force was at least at the 10th level. Of course, the crowd's expectations for him were even higher. That young man was called Zhua Mo Yun, and he came from the Touching Heaven Palace Hall of the 10 Langya Palace Halls. He had the guidance of a famous master, and his forging skills were extremely terrifying. Today's examination was most likely to be a 2-star pill forging master. It seems that the most dazzling person in today's examination is Zhua Mo Yun. Many young men said in admiration. There were also some young girls who looked at the white-robed young man with eyes full of longing. Not necessarily. Today's pill forging genius isn't just Zhua Mo Yun. Someone suddenly laughed. The crowd was in an uproar. A slender silhouette walked over from afar. She had long silvery hair and was extremely beautiful. On her white dress, there was a star embroidered on her ample bosom. He Tianyu, the granddaughter of one of the 10 great blacksmiths, He Tian. She was also an outstanding pill forging genius. So beautiful. The hearts of many young men surged. Lin Ling looked over. That girl was indeed beautiful, but in terms of appearance compared to Luo Xueman, Lu Susu, Yu and other beauties, she was still a little lacking. But because she was a noble pill forging master, she had a unique temperament. Seeing how much attention they are receiving, their forging skills must be very amazing. Lin Ling thought. Pill forging masters usually cultivated both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of forging at the same time. They mainly focused on the Tao of forging because it was more difficult and more complicated. But the prerequisite to becoming a pill-forging master was soul force. Lin Ling was very familiar with this point. Currently, he could inscribe intermediate runes, but he relied more on his soul force and his eyes. Haha, He Tianyu also came. Then Yu will also come. At this time Zhou Moyun was like an emperor, with his hands behind his back. Chapter 1307. The existence of the focal point. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, another woman arrived. She had a sweet appearance and seemed a little lively and mischievous. When she appeared, the cheers from all around the square were like the sound of a devil. Yu, the disciple of one of the 10 great blacksmiths, Senior Moon Axe. She was also one of the genius pill blacksmiths. 2 great beauties have arrived. The crowd became even more excited. They wished they could walk together with the beauties. Yu, He Tianyu, I'm looking forward to competing with you. Zhou Moyun immediately smiled when Yu arrived. He seemed very elegant. The 2 women also knew Zhou Moyun's strength and returned his greeting. However, they still looked at each other with fighting spirit in their eyes. The 2 of them seemed to have been competing with each other for many years. Haha, old Yu, I wonder if your disciple or my granddaughter will succeed this time. Tianyu, that little girl's soul force is very strong. I know you used a special method to increase her soul force, but my Yu isn't weak either. What will surprise you is yet to come. The 2 great blacksmiths He Tian and Moon Axe laughed. They seemed to be competing with each other. This was the pill refining union. Here they didn't care about martial arts but about pill refining. Although it wasn't as cruel as the outside world of martial arts, the competition was still fierce. Don't forget that there's still a little fellow, Zhou Moyun. His master is Xianpeng Province's newest pill blacksmith, heaven-touching great sage. He Tian suddenly said. He also had great praise for heaven-touching great sage. Although he wasn't at their level due to his young age, he would definitely become one of the 10 great blacksmiths of Xianpeng Province in the future. That fellow really can't be underestimated. Alright, let's begin. Senior Moon Axe waved his hand, causing the square to quiet down. Today's preliminary pill refinement examination had begun. A total of 100 people had come to take the test, and all of them were 1-star alchemy blacksmiths. However, some of them would become 2-star alchemy blacksmiths. It had to be known that although there was only a single word difference between 1-star and 2-star, the soul force requirement was 5 levels higher. One had to know that soul force was the hardest to improve. Reaching 5 levels was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This examination is the preliminary examination. Only when your soul force passes will you be able to proceed to the pill refining examination. But if your soul force doesn't pass, then your pill refining skills will be limited. Of course, the pill refining union also has its own rules. Even if you don't know any pill refining skills, as long as your soul force passes the mark, you can still obtain a pill refining master's certificate. But once you obtain the certificate, you must immediately become a disciple of a master and learn the path of pill refining. An old man shouted. Many people nodded. This was very normal. If one didn't know how to refine pills, but if one's soul power was strong enough, they could learn how to refine pills. Therefore, soul power was the most important requirement. Everyone, enter the examination hall. Someone began to push the youths from the square into the arena. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing in the middle of the square. He didn't know that this was a test and had only walked into the square out of curiosity. At this moment, he was submerged in the crowd as he walked towards the examination venue. Wait, I am. Lin Ling anxiously shouted. Shut up. Since you dared to come, then you have to accept the humiliation. Many youths who were about to take the examination coldly shouted. They had also seen that Lin Ling wasn't wearing the robes of the pill refining union. This meant that Lin Ling wasn't a 1-star pill refining master. He must have come to try his luck. But since Lin Ling had already come to take the examination, how could they give up halfway? Outside the square, many people also saw this scene and began to laugh loudly. How pitiful, encountering 3 great geniuses in the first examination. That guy doesn't even have a 1-star robe. Shouldn't he be taking the 1-star examination first? Whatever. There are always people who make a fool of themselves in every examination, and today is no exception. Cheers. Even the two seniors Hitian saw this and helplessly shook their heads. But they didn't pay attention to it. You're so stupid. 1-star examination can be taken alone. There's no need to come to the stage of geniuses. Now you regret it. Yes. The examination was extremely crowded. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had approached the young girl called Yu Yu. Yu Yu stared at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. Since he couldn't withdraw, he might as well take the examination and see what the pill refining union's examination was like. Thank you, it really is my first time here. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Don't worry about it. When the three of us start competing, no one will pay attention to you. You should quietly withdraw. That way there will be less ridicule. Yu Yu revealed her dimples, looking extremely adorable. Not far away, the silver-haired girl seemed to have never been on good terms with Yu Yu. She also said, for the individual examination, you must be fully prepared. Cultivate a bit more the day before and let your soul force reach the peak. As long as you can barely reach the 9th rank, you should be able to become a 1-star pill refining master. Yes. She was also reminding Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. 9th rank soul force, 1-star pill refining master? That's too simple. Yes. Yu Yu and He Tianyu were both stunned. Simple. It had to be known that the soul force of an ordinary person was at the 1st rank. Powerful geniuses were at the 5th to 6th rank. Older martial artists were at the 7th to 8th rank. Only pill refining masters had a higher soul force, nearing the 9th rank. However, Lin Ling said it was simple. I have nothing to say to you. Sigh. He Tianyu helplessly shook his head. Now I know that it really is your first time here. You really are a novice. Yu Yu also shook her head. Two genius girls, why speak so much with the trash? Let's prepare for our soul force competition. At this time Zhou Emoyun disdainfully laughed. He didn't even look at Lin Ling, as if Lin Ling was trash, a person from a different world. He Tianyu and He Tianyu also ignored Lin Ling and entered the examination hall. Lin Ling lightly shook his head. His soul force was at the 45th rank. This was what Elder Z had said. Could it be that the pill refining union's soul force evaluation was different? Right now, he could only go to the examination to find out. At this moment, the square was filled with stone chairs. The armrests of the chairs were inlaid with mysterious white stones. The people in the examination hall entered one after another. Each person held a bamboo tablet in their hand, corresponding to the stone chair. Lin Ling looked at the bamboo tablet in his hand and sat down on one of the chairs. He curiously touched the stone armrest. So the soul force examination was like this. At the same time, the chairs to his left and right also had people sitting down. Lin Ling turned his head to look. His eyes flashed. On the left was Yu Yu, on the right was He Tianyu, and in the front row was Zhou Emoyun. He seemed to be surrounded by 3 geniuses. Look, that guy is so lucky. On his left and right are beauties. Angry. Zhou Emoyun was furious. The seat he dreamed of was actually obtained by that brat. Haha. Haha, surrounded by 3 geniuses, he's interesting. Haha. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Then laughter shook the sky. Even He Tian and Yu Fu helplessly shook their heads. The most talented pill refining masters were sitting together with a newcomer? Compared to the geniuses, that guy would lose even more face. Chapter 1308. Test. What a disgrace. You're just a piece of trash with no self-awareness, but your luck is so good. At this time, an unwilling voice came from the front. It was Zhou Emoyun. Obviously, he should have been sitting in the same row as He Tianyu and the rest. This also represented their circle of geniuses, but Lin Ling luckily got that seat. Yeah, my luck is pretty good. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. The other party kept calling him a piece of trash, arrogant and conceited. Lin Ling didn't need to give him any face. You've got guts. Zhou Emoyun's face instantly turned ashen. Lin Ling still dared to talk back? Zhou Emoyun, don't be distracted. You'll lose to us later. At this time, He Tianyu indifferently said. Zhou Emoyun finally stopped talking. Indeed, he shouldn't be distracted by a newcomer. That newcomer dared to sit in the genius's seat. His soul force probably hadn't even reached the 8th level. He would definitely lose face later. He Tianyu and Yu glanced at Linling and didn't say anything. Obviously, they had the pride of geniuses and disdained to say anything. When Linling failed, they would leave. Everyone is ready. Let's start the first test, 1-star alchemist test. At the same time, an ancient voice came out. Everyone's hands touched the round stone on the armrest. In the next moment, many people frowned. They had entered some kind of illusion, and many people's faces showed signs of struggle. Some people seemed to have returned to their childhood. Some people entered a world of slaughter. Some people met with the temptation of lust. Those who didn't have a strong soul force would easily sink into it. If you don't wake up within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, your soul force will at most be at the 9th level. An old man indifferently said. Although everyone present was a 1-star alchemist, there were still many people who had to be eliminated. After all, soul force was also divided into different states. If one had a 9th level soul force and wasn't in a good state, they would naturally be eliminated. At the same time, Linling also entered the illusion. He appeared at the Fire Ancient clan. However, he instantly woke up because this illusion was too fake and couldn't affect his soul at all. But he looked around curiously. Clearly, he felt that the mysterious ball was quite magical. Your Majesty, this is a rare dreamstone. It has the power of the soul. It was very difficult to find one in ancient times. I didn't think that there would be so many dreamstones today. Zilao's voice rang out. He knew that Linling had already woken up. Instead, he was filled with curiosity, as if he was playing around. Interesting. Linling muttered to himself. At this moment, if anyone knew that Linling was speaking, they would definitely be shocked to the core. In the face of the terrifying illusion, Linling was like a bystander. He was actually commenting. Moreover, Linling woke up too quickly. He woke up almost instantly after entering the illusion. At the same time, people started to wake up in the plaza. The first was Mo Yun, then he Tianyu Yu. Amazing. I'm afraid his soul power is close to the 20th level. A few seniors secretly said. Waking up quickly meant that one's soul power was strong. As for the 2 seniors he Tianyu, they faintly smiled. This trial was not difficult for their juniors. But for the others it was very difficult. The incense sticks time gradually approached, but many people were still sleeping. When the time was up, many balls finally lit up. Those people were all eliminated. Afterwards, they left their chairs one by one, their faces full of disappointment. Of the 120 examinees, only 60 remained. Although everyone was a 1-star pill refiner, they clearly only had the soul power of the 9th level. Last time they had barely passed, and this time they dared to come again. Naturally, they were beaten back to their original state. Wait, my lord. Why hasn't this newcomer trash been eliminated? At this time, Mo Yun turned his head and looked at Linling behind him. He was extremely dissatisfied when he saw Linling sitting between 2 great beauties. He wanted nothing more than to immediately eliminate him, but the ball on Linling's armrest did not light up. Moreover, Linling did not wake up. This was too strange. The crowd was also astonished. There was such a thing? Sire, you're speaking disdainfully behind other people's backs. My lord. At the same time, Linling opened his eyes and said indifferently. Mo Yun was stunned for a moment. His face was extremely fierce. Linling actually woke up. How could this be? Everyone in the square was shocked. Linling woke up after the time was up, but why didn't the ball light up before? Was there a mistake? Unfortunately, the test was based on the dreamstone. No matter if there was a mistake or not, Linling had passed. What a lucky guy. Those who were eliminated were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. How strange, he woke up after an incense stick's time, but the dreamstone did not light up. He Tian and the other 2 pill refiners looked at Linling in shock. There is only one possibility. Perhaps he just happened to wake up when the time was up, but he did not open his eyes. Senior Yu Fu analyzed. Yes, of course there is another possibility. That is, he was not affected by the illusion at all. Instead, he watched the illusion like a bystander, so the dreamstone did not light up. But in reality he passed. Of course it is impossible for him to do this. Even my granddaughter can't do this. He Tian also said. They did not know that Lin Ling was really watching the illusion out of curiosity. You luckily passed, but that was because the dreamstone was wrong. Next, you will definitely not pass the second test. Zhou Emoyun coldly snorted. This was the only explanation in his heart. Lin Ling had passed the one-star pill refiner's test. Lin Ling smiled, disdaining to say more. He then took out a wine pot and drank as he pleased, causing Zhou Emoyun to grind his teeth. This trash was so arrogant. Those who pass can become one-star pill refiners. Next is the two-star pill refiner's test. Yes. At the same time, the elder's voice rang out once more. Many people unwillingly stared at Lin Ling. It was normal for others to pass, but that fellow who didn't even have the union's robes had also passed. This made people jealous. However, the two-star pill refiner's test would definitely eliminate that fellow. Everyone's hands once again placed on the ball. At the same time, invisible ripples bloomed in front of everyone. This was the dreamstone's fluctuation. It could not be seen with the naked eye, and could only be seen with soul force. This test tested the range of soul force as well as the control of details. The second test was to count the number of rings of the ripples. If the error was within 10 rings, then it would be considered a failure. The remaining 60 people's faces were grave. They released their soul force, enveloping the ripples. Each of them carefully breathed, afraid that they would miss something. The only exception was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was enveloped by the ripples. The ripples were like a stone thrown into water. At first, they were clear, but the further they spread, the more blurry they became. And Lin Ling had to count how many ripples there were. Interesting, Lin Ling said with a smile. A terrifying soul force enveloped the area. 372 rings, 73 rings, 74 rings. Chapter 1309. A Wild Guess 1222. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't think it was difficult. Based on his own guess, the error range was no more than 3 ripples. This meant that there were at most 3 ripples that he had missed. After finishing, Lin Ling picked up the wine and drank again. At this moment, everyone's gaze locked onto Lin Ling. When they saw him, they were all astonished. The test had just begun, but Lin Ling had already started drinking. Too arrogant. However, he must have failed. He felt that he couldn't count, so he gave up. It had to be known that using soul force to count ripples was a test of one's mental state, and it was easy to cause irritation and restlessness. So those who knew their limits would give up early. At this moment, He Tianyu and Yu were also counting, but they had both failed the first time. This made them a bit irritated. It was too hard to count. Then they looked at Lin Ling out of the corner of their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was actually drinking? Even Zhou Emoyun had failed once. However, he was still confident that since he had failed, the other 2 geniuses, He Tianyu and Yu, must have also failed once. So when he looked back, the first thing he saw was Lin Ling drinking. That carefree appearance almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling also saw him turn his head. He immediately shook the wine pot. Good wine. Trash, do you want a mouthful? Sigh. You. Sigh. Zhou Emoyun was furious. This Lin Ling was mocking him. He roared, Elder, he's interfering with me. Sigh. The test depends on oneself. If you can be affected by external things, then how can you talk about the pill refinement Tao? Lin Ling said indifferently. Zhou Emoyun, time is about to end. You should hurry up and count. As for his interference, first you turned your head to look at him. Second, he's right. Although he also felt that Lin Ling was arrogant, drinking before time was up, but Lin Ling's words did make sense. Bastard. Sigh. Zhou Emoyun roared and hurriedly counted again. An incense stick's worth of time quietly passed. Many people felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Their soul power had been greatly exhausted. I counted 891. You have 902 lines. The error range exceeds 10 lines. You are eliminated. Numerous voices rang out at the same time. After that, the majority of them were eliminated. The 2-star alchemy refinement master examination was indeed very difficult. Unknowingly, there were only 10 people left. I counted 1,110. Mine is 1109. At the same time, He Tianyu and the other two girls also spoke. He Tianyu, you missed 7 ripples, but it's still within 10 ripples. You missed 8 ripples, but it's also within 10 ripples. Both of you can become a 2-star pill refiner. The elder was surprised for a moment before announcing the result. The crowd was in an uproar. They were worthy of being called geniuses with powerful soul force. Even with such a complex fluctuation, they hadn't made more than 10 mistakes. As for the remaining people, most of them were in between the 9 das and barely made it through. Mine is 1115. At this moment, Zhou Emoyun's proud voice drifted out. The elder's expression changed. He sucked in a breath of cold air. You have 1118 ripples, so you made 3 mistakes. You almost got full marks. Amazing. The entire square was in an uproar. Even He Tianyu and Yu were shocked, their faces filled with unwillingness. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple, He Tian and Yu Fu also nodded in praise. It's your turn. Are you going to forfeit, or do you want to announce your result? At the same time, the elder looked at Lin Ling. The crowd roared with laughter. Lin Ling had been drinking since the beginning. What kind of result could he have? You think you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me? Scram. Zhou Emoyun smiled faintly. In the previous examination, he had seized the most dazzling light, so now he had the qualifications to tell Lin Ling to scram. Lin Ling ignored Zhou Emoyun and said indifferently, let's announce the result. My ripples are 1222. Haha, this fellow is making wild guesses. He'll definitely be eliminated. Many alchemy blacksmiths laughed out loud, and the elder laughed as well. He looked at the main dream stone in his hand, which recorded the ripples of every dream stone. But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. You have 1222 ripples, so your mistakes are 0. Full marks. The entire square was silent. Full marks. How many years had it been? This meant that all of Lin Ling's ripples had been counted. Swish. He Tian and Yu Fu stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They also knew how difficult it was to count the ripples. Without a rank 25 spiritual force, it was impossible to succeed. And a rank 25 spiritual force was a rank 4 alchemist. Impossible, he doesn't even have a 1-star alchemy robe. How can his result be better than mine? Tell me, how did you count it? After a moment of silence, Zhou Emoyun roared. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was actually second? Wild guesses. But Lin Ling's voice made him even angrier. Wild guesses. Even wild guesses were correct. How many people would die from anger? But even if it wasn't wild guesses, they also couldn't believe that Lin Ling's spiritual force had reached rank 25. That was already a Grandmaster Alchemist, an existence on the same level as Heaven-touching Great Sage. Next is the 3-star examination. Do you still want to continue? The elder took a deep breath. He also felt that Lin Ling was wild guessing. He could only say that Lin Ling's luck was too good. But the result was the result, so he acknowledged Lin Ling's qualifications. Many people also reacted. Unknowingly, the 3-star examination was about to begin. The remaining 10 people were so strong, nearing the 3-star examination in one go. I give up. 2-star examination is my limit. 3-star examination next year. The 10 people who had passed shook their heads. But they also felt that it was normal because the 3-star examination was indeed difficult. I want to continue. At this time, Zhou Emoyun's voice sounded. Me too. He Tianyu and the other two also spoke. As expected of the 3 great geniuses. Today they will give us a great shock. Many young alchemists said in awe. But they also felt that it was normal. The 3 great geniuses were definitely different from ordinary people. So, they definitely wouldn't miss the 3-star examination. Good. Then you 3 rest for an incense stick's worth of time and prepare. The elder praised with a smile. Generally speaking, very few people would pass the 2-star examination before facing the 3-star examination. But today he had encountered one. This could be considered a kind of blessing for him to witness the clash of the 3 great geniuses. Wait, Elder, you seem to have forgotten about me. Chapter 13:10. Soul Horse, are you sure? The Elder was shocked. Since I'm here, I have to see what's so special about the Pill Forging Union. Linling smiled. He also wanted to know the limits of his soul force. All right, but I hope you won't disturb the battle between the three geniuses. So your seat will be changed. How about that? The Elder said. Sure. Linling didn't mind. You overestimate yourself. Many people said with disdain, but most of them were still looking at the three geniuses. Then an incense stick of time passed, and the 3-star alchemist examination began. 3-star was a terrifying level. One had to know that the top 10 alchemists were only 6-star alchemists, and Heaven Touch Sage was only 4-star alchemists. To reach the 3-star level, one's soul force had to be at least level 20, which was more than double the soul force of an ordinary alchemist. If one had such talent, even if they didn't know any forging skills, their future would be bright. After all, with a strong soul force, one could learn alchemy faster than ordinary people. Zhou Moyun and the other two were sitting in a row, forming the most dazzling circle of geniuses. In the corner, Linling was ignored. Even if he was eliminated instantly, no one would care about him. After all, although Linling passed the 1-star examination, everyone thought that Linling's dreamstone was faulty. As for the 2-star examination, Linling guessed that it was just a random guess. 3-star examination, control the soul horse with soul force. When the soul horse dies, the examination ends. The Elder's voice sounded at the same time. This was more difficult than the 2-star examination. It tested the concentration, control, and overall situation of one's soul force. It was like one soul force entering another person's body and controlling them. Only those with strong soul force could do this. Of course, the Ghost Dao was an exception. After all, those who cultivated the Ghost Dao had the ability to take over another person's body, but it wasn't purely soul force. Begin. Along with the voice, the three geniuses touched the Dreamstone. The Dreamstone emitted light, and everyone's soul force turned into a soul horse, appearing in the midst of the army. Charge! The three of them roared furiously. The soul horses began to gallop among the thousands of soldiers. This seemingly simple scene was actually extremely difficult to control. At the same time, Linling's expression changed slightly. This test was a little difficult. Kill! The Dreamstone formed a large army of horses and charged towards the soul horse. At first, Linling was not familiar with it. The soul horse was slashed a few times and was on the verge of death. But soon, Linling began to gradually grasp the technique. The soul horse underwent a transformation and became more agile. Looking at Zhou Moyun's side, they were even worse off than Linling. Their soul horse had been cut even more at the start and had almost failed. Tianyu, you must calm your heart and focus your mind. Believe that the world was created by you. This is the foundation of soul power. He Tian said solemnly as he stared at the illusion created by the Dreamstone. The Tao of the soul was like this. The wider one's heart was, the wider one's world would be. A powerful soul force would be able to get wind and rain whenever one wanted. This was a kind of dominating realm. You do your best. Senior Moonax also frowned, extremely nervous. Their soul force is really powerful. The crowd was also extremely nervous. In their eyes, on the boundless land, 3 horses were galloping. On the ground in front of them, the flames of war were boiling. Ancient generals and horses were chasing after them, blocking the path ahead. If they wanted to break out, they had to be fast and able to see the big picture. They had to know which path was the way out. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. The first test is over. Soon after, the crowd saw the 3 exhausted soul horses crazily charging out of the encirclement of the army. As expected of the 3 great geniuses, not only do they have to control the soul horses, they also have to split their soul force and see the big picture. Ordinary people can't do this. Many people were even more impressed. Not good, Yu has walked into a dead end. At this moment, Senior Moonax sighed. Yu's soul horse charged into the army. The path ahead was blocked and the path behind was also blocked. In the end, the soul horse died. Yu has failed. She must reach the 3rd test. The elder's voice made Senior Heetian smile faintly. His granddaughter was still the strongest. But just as he finished speaking, Heetian Yu sensed Yu's failure and was distracted for a moment. In the end, he was cut 3 times by the enemy and his soul horse collapsed. Haha, your granddaughter also failed the second test. Senior Moonax also laughed, making Heetian's expression extremely ugly. Now it was up to Zhua Mo Yun. Did Zhua Mo Yun pass the second test? Many people became nervous. They saw that Zhua Mo Yun's soul horse was extremely steady. After crossing mountains and rivers, it finally passed the end of the second stage. Then the third stage appeared. Those soul generals were not riding horses, but Qilins and other Shin beasts. Not good. Zhua Mo Yun shouted angrily. The enemy's speed increased. In the end, he was swallowed by the army and failed again. But he reached the third test. This meant that he passed the 3-star test and became a 3-star pill refiner. Haha, although I failed, I'm still proud. Zhua Mo Yun opened his eyes and said indifferently. His gaze swept over Heetian Yu and Yu, causing them to grit their teeth, extremely unwilling. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple. In today's test, he's the only one to become a 3-star pill refiner. This test is finally over. Heetian sighed. Just as he was about to wave his hand, someone exclaimed, "Over there, it's not over yet." Wow! As soon as his voice fell, the entire square fell silent. Countless gazes looked over. In the corner, Lin Ling was still controlling his soul horse. He had passed the 5th test and killed 6 generals. In an instant, he had become the most dazzling existence in the Pill Refiner Union. What, he still hasn't lost? Wow! Zhua Mo Yun found it hard to believe. He wasn't first? Heetian Yu and Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. This was the youth they had disdained, the youth they had proudly pointed at? Now this youth's results had surpassed theirs. Amazing! Look, he's at the 3rd test. Wow! Everyone was nervous and excited. At this moment, they felt as if they were fighting alongside Lin Ling, anticipating that Lin Ling would break through the slaughter of 10,000 soldiers. What a terrifying little fellow. His soul force is definitely at the 20th rank. We all misjudged him. Heetian was also shocked. It had been a long time since he had seen a genius with such terrifying soul force. He's also at the 3rd test. At most, his result will be the same as mine. But in that test, the enemy was riding Qilins, Cheongqis, and other divine beasts. Their speed is greatly increased, and there's no way to avoid them. Zhua Mo Yun was extremely discontent and shouted coldly. He believed that Lin Ling was going to fail like him. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't hear what was going on outside. His soul force was condensing even more, and he could even sense that his soul force was slowly increasing. His Eye of Time quietly appeared, allowing him to clearly see the entire battlefield. Naturally, he also knew that the enemy's mounts were extremely fast. Chapter 13:11. Leaving others behind, he's been surrounded. Looks like he's going to fail. In front of everyone's eyes, a large number of divine beasts had surrounded Lin Ling. But at this time a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's soul horse underwent a metamorphosis, its speed surpassing the wind as it broke through the encirclement in a shocking manner. From a distance, it was a scene of leaving others behind. What? The soul horse transformed, its speed surpassing those divine beasts. Heetian and Senior Yu Fu both stood up, sucking in a cold breath. How powerful was this soul force? It surpassed the ruler of the soul world and increased his speed. How could he increase his speed? Zhua Mo Yun's face paled. He had failed before and hadn't thought of a way to break through. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's method would be so simple? The enemy was fast, but he was faster. Of course, this was easy to say but difficult to do. It required a powerful soul force. Go! Go! At the same time, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless youths were cheering for Lin Ling. Even Heetian and the other 2 women were excited. Looking at Lin Ling, they realized that this youth was extremely attractive when he was focused. Lin Ling broke through the 3rd trial. His soul force is at least rank 25. Heetian and Senior Yu Fu's breathing slowed. The 4th trial followed, and everyone saw that Lin Ling hadn't given up. He still chose to fight. Pa pa pa. In the fourth trial, the sky was filled with soldiers. No matter how fast one was, it was impossible to break through the encirclement. Seeing the illusion reflected by the Dreamstone, countless people forgot to breathe. As expected, it was difficult. It was impossible to pass. Xiao. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling's soul horse transformed once more. A white horse appeared, wings sprouted from its back. With a flap of its wings, it flew into the sky, passing over the army. Freak. He can actually fly. He can do whatever he wants in the Dreamstone's soul world. His soul force has probably reached rank 30. Otherwise, how could he have such creativity? Go. Countless people in the plaza trembled with excitement. Moreover, more and more people from the Pill Forging Union gathered to watch this mysterious youth create a miracle. In one trial, he reached 4 stars. Go. Those young men and women were all cheering. It had been a long time since they had seen such an exciting test. The white horse soared above the army of thousands of men and horses, allowing the 5th trial to arrive. This was a test at the level of heaven-touching sage. In Xianpeng province, he would be considered a grandmaster. Does he still want to fight? There was only one voice in many people's minds. Boom! At the same time, an army of god beasts and devilish creatures appeared in all directions. Flying at top speed was useless at this point. Yang Qi looked at Yang Qi and said, "You're right, Yang Qi. How else could Lin Ling charge? How else could Lin Ling create a miracle?" In that instant, the entire square was deathly silent. Some people thought that Lin Ling would fail, but the miracles that had occurred before made them feel that there was still hope. Perhaps they didn't wish for Lin Ling to perish in the 5th level. How old is he? At such a young age, his soul force has already reached the level of heaven-touching sage. Even if he fails, it will be a glorious defeat. The 2 seniors, He Tian and He Tian, looked deeply at the youth in the plaza. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul horse was facing the army of thousands of men and horses. Its pair of hooves stomped back and forth on the ground. The white wings on its back flapped slightly. Its eyes were just like Lin Ling's, filled with determination and tenacity. This soul force test seemed like a test, but in reality, it was Lin Ling surpassing his own limits. Every time he surpassed his limits, Lin Ling's soul force would increase. Moreover, his martial heart would become even more resolute. Is there no path to heaven and no door to hell? A voice rose in the white horse's heart. Boom! Boom! It was as if Lin Ling was the enemy of the entire world. Countless gods and devils coldly looked at Lin Ling, wanting him to die under heaven and earth. This feeling was very real. Even if I become the enemy of the entire world, I will walk this path with a smile. Lin Ling's resolute voice floated out from the Dreamstone. It was like thunder shaking the hearts of the people in the plaza. They saw that the white horse was facing the enemy of the entire world, but it still faced them with a smile, without any fear. Such a resolute will. Such a tenacious soul force. Many people muttered to themselves, "It's moving, it's moving. It would rather die in battle than admit defeat." At this moment, the crowd saw the soul horse in the Dreamstone's illusion move. The white horse leaped into the air, not fearing death as it charged towards the gods and devils. In the air, the white horse transformed again, turning into an ancient venerable emperor's warhorse. The most frightening thing was that the venerable emperor appeared on top of the ancient warhorse, holding a warblade in his hand, conquering the world. Metamorphosis, another metamorphosis. In the world of the soul, the wider one's heart was, the wider the world would be. When one's soul reached a terrifying level, one would be able to call for wind and rain. It was as if there were no clouds in this world, but if one wanted clouds, clouds would come. This was the characteristic of soul power. In fact, soul force was the soul. This was also a kind of belief. If I believe I will not lose, then I will not lose. Kill. A deep voice came out from the venerable emperor's mouth. The warhorse went berserk. Its eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. Wherever its eyes passed, thousands of gods and devils would turn into ashes. Moreover, the venerable emperor on the warhorse swung his warblade, sweeping the wind and clouds. It seemed like he wasn't a match for the tens of thousands of demon gods. But miracles happened again and again. Counterattack, it's actually a counterattack. Countless people stared at the scene as the blood in their hearts boiled. They thought that Lin Ling would use some other method to avoid the pursuit of the tens of thousands of demon gods. But who knew that Lin Ling was actually counterattacking? That's right. Why did he have to run? Since he was running, why didn't he counterattack? Of course, it wasn't that they didn't think of counterattacking, but their soul force let them know that the only way to face the tens of thousands of demon gods was to run. However, how could they compare to Lin Ling's soul force? The soul horse transformed into an emperor and counterattacked Meng Shi's soul attack. Its soul force must be at least level 35. In the silence, Senior He Tian's voice came out, shocking the crowd once again. Level 35 is the lowest. Perhaps it has already reached level 40. However, Senior Moon Axe's words made everyone even more incredulous. Level 40, that was too crazy. Kill. The army was in chaos, gods and devils rampaged. Their eyes were fixed on the man and horse in front of them. In fact, they were more focused on the horse because they knew that the truly terrifying one was the soul horse. The venerable emperor was just one of the soul horse's methods. Especially the soul horse's eyes. They made the tens of thousands of gods and devils feel pressured. One man and one horse slaughtered their way into the army, causing the sky to darken. At this moment, a crisp sound came out. Everyone saw that the Meng Shi on Lin Ling's armrest had cracked. The Meng Shi had mysterious soul force and was most suitable for testing a warrior's soul force, but now it had cracked. Could it be that the young man's soul force was stronger than the Meng Shi? The Meng Shi cracked, and all the illusions disappeared. Lin Ling also retreated, frowning with dissatisfaction. Chapter 13:12. Precious materials. It ended just like that. I was so close to increasing my soul force again. Lin Ling muttered to himself, unwilling to accept this. This guy. Everyone's eyes trembled. Lin Ling had already rushed to the 5-star alchemist examination and caused his dreamstone to crack, but he was unwilling to accept this? How could the three geniuses Zhou Moyun, He Tianyu and Yu Yu endure this? Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked around and saw the commotion in the plaza. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. Before, he had been challenging his own limits, even allowing his soul force to break through to the 46th level. Now he had become the center of attention. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling quietly left. He didn't come to challenge the three geniuses, but to take the examination. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many people had their own guesses. That youth had the soul force of a 5-star alchemist, but he hadn't asked for a 5-star qualification certificate. Moreover, he hadn't been arrogant, but had instead left in a low-key manner. It seemed he had come to challenge them. Soul force at least the 40th level. If he learns alchemy, his future will be bright. Such a terrifying talent can't be missed. At this moment, He Tianyu and He Tianyu also reacted. They looked at the plaza, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. Find him. Hurry. Senior Yu Fu anxiously shouted. Their expressions caused He Tianyu and Yu Yu's eyes to narrow. Was that youth a newcomer? If he was a newcomer, then what were they? At this moment, Zhou Moyun's expression was extremely gloomy. No one was looking at him and no one was worshipping him. All his glory had been stolen by that youth. He was unwilling, but when he looked at the plaza again, Lin Ling had already disappeared. This made him even more furious. Did he think he could leave after humiliating the 10 halls of Langia? However, since Lin Ling wanted to avoid them, they couldn't find him. The Pill Refining Union was thousands of miles wide, like a celestial mountain. A moment later, Lin Ling returned to the waiting area. Old Man Dong Fu and Lu Susu had already been waiting there for a long time. We've been waiting for you for so long, but you went to play. You've made us wait for so long. Lu Susu grumbled as she stared at the handsome young man walking towards her. Of course, she was just complaining. Sorry, I was a little curious, so I walked around casually. Lin Ling smiled apologetically. In this matter, he was in the wrong. We didn't wait too long. Alright, how's the Pill Forging Union? The old man of Dong Fu waved his hand, not caring about the Lin Ling that was waiting for him. Very good. Everything is organized and logical. Learning the Tao of pill refinement here is indeed very good. Lin Ling nodded. The challenge of the Dreamstone had increased his soul power by 1 level. If the Dreamstone hadn't shattered, he would have continued to challenge it. It looks like you've already seen a lot. But if you want to become an alchemist, the first thing you have to do is take a soul force test. Next time, I'll take you to experience it. The old man of Dongfu smiled, making Lin Ling mutter in his heart. He had already seen it before, and now it seemed like the entire plaza was in an uproar. It made him feel a little embarrassed to take the test again, because when he first went to take the test, he didn't know that his soul power had surpassed the others by so much, so he didn't want to cause a big commotion. Alright, let's get back to business. The Heavenly Hall plans to buy your 100 low-level Heavenly Soldiers for 20,000 yuan stones each. As for the 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldiers, the Heavenly Hall plans to buy them for 100,000 yuan stones each. The total price is exactly 3 million yuan stones. How about it? Lu Susu interrupted the conversation between the two, and said with a smile, "Profiteer." Lin Ling muttered in his heart. It had to be known that during the last auction, the low-level Heavenly Soldiers had been sold for over 20,000 yuan stones. Little brother, I also need to make a living. Lu Susu revealed a lovely and moving posture. Her body leaned forward, and her full breasts were about to burst out, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. In the end he nodded. He also knew that if his Heavenly Soldiers went through the auction, the price would be even higher, but it would also take a longer time. Therefore, he didn't want to wait any longer. Moreover, the high price of the last auction was because he, Lin Ling, had raised the price. Lin Ling couldn't possibly liven up the atmosphere in every auction. A total of 3 million yuan. I wonder if the Heavenly Hall has the Snow Spirit Fire, the Life Scale, and the Vermilion Bird Feather? Lin Ling asked. Chi. Lu Susu and Old Man Dongfu sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The treasures that Lin Ling spoke of were extremely rare. You don't have them? The expressions of the two made Lin Ling frown. These were the materials to forge the tyrannical song sword. And those treasures were of the fire attribute. They could greatly increase the power of Lin Ling's fire martial way, and would definitely be of help to the improvement of his saint body in the future. Right now, the day of the gathering of the top 4 was imminent. Lin Ling didn't want to embarrass Lady Watermist, so he urgently needed to improve his strength. The Snow Spirit Fire, legend has it that it is formed at the boundary between the human world and the void, but because of the power of the void, it became a snow fire. Such a treasure is rare. As for the life scale, it seems that only Monster Kings at the Desolate Beast level have it. That level of Monster King is equivalent to the Saint Realm. The rarest thing is that not every Monster King wants the life scale. The Vermilion Bird Feather, you must be joking. Who has seen the Vermilion Bird before? The Vermilion Bird illusion in the martial way, the Vermilion Bird talent, is only a part of the legendary Vermilion Bird's power. It isn't the real Vermilion Bird. And its feather, where can you get it? Lu Susu was indeed a businesswoman. She knew a lot. Lin Ling sighed softly. He could buy the other treasures with money, but those 3 treasures were very difficult to find. However, they were indispensable to his martial way. However, the Snow Spirit Fire, my Inyang main palace has it. I just don't know if that big shot will be willing to take it out. Lu Susu said again. Please, Temple Master Lu. No matter the price, I will buy it. Lin Ling said expectantly. His clear eyes were filled with desire. His current soul power was assisted by his eyes, so it wasn't difficult to improve it. His physical body had the celestial demon overlord body, but he lacked a strong foundation for his fire martial way. Forging the tyrant song sword was his only chance. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely need the help of the tyrant song sword to upgrade his saint body to immortal body. Since you've said so, what else can I do? At most, I'll use my ability to act coquettishly and pester that old man. Let me tell you first, that treasure is not cheap. It's at least 3 million primordial stones. Moreover, you owe me a favor. Lu Susu shrugged her shoulders and said, Okay. Lin Ling nodded helplessly. Don't look like you're at a disadvantage. You should know that the big shot is one of the 7 kings. She can kill a kid like you with one hand. It's your fortune to be able to give you a treasure. Lu Susu was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't be happy, so she said this. I know. Lin Ling nodded. One of the 7 kings, the existence of the great emperor Zhai was naturally unattainable. Chapter 13:13. First on the yellow board. If you want a natal scale, I know a little about it. That year, the temple master of Langya 10 halls once asked me for guidance on forging, and offered a natal scale as a reward. At that time I felt that the kid was too arrogant, so I didn't take it. Maybe he has it, of course, I'm not too sure. The old man Dong Fu also said, Temple Master of Touch Heaven Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Not long ago in the assessment, he seemed to have met a disciple of Touch Heaven Hall. Could it be that he was the Temple Master of Touch Heaven Hall? This matter, there were some connections. Of course, the natal scale is extremely precious. If you want to get it, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Old man Dong Fu exhorted while Lin Ling nodded his head. The money you just found has been used up. If you want to find more money, why don't you challenge the yellow board? If you get first place, you'll get 1,000,000 vitality stones as a reward. Little brother, you and I hit it off at first sight. Sister will definitely kindly remind you of a way to find more money. Lu Susu suddenly thought of something and immediately smiled charmingly. You want to bet and win money, right? Lin Ling saw through the other party's scheme. Profiteers wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. It would be strange if she was kind. Haha. Lu Susu smiled enchantingly. The 2 lumps in front of her were jumping violently. Lin Ling curled his lips and secretly cursed her. The yellow board was the gathering place for the strongest transcendental 6th-stage experts. Those who were able to enter the board could easily defeat the strongest transcendental 6th-stage experts. After all, the board contained the strongest transcendental 6th-stage experts in the mortal realm. At this moment, in the mountain range of the Martial Pavilion, a large number of people were staring at the board. On the yellow board, flames were rippling and behind each flame was a name. Moreover, the flames would be extinguished at any time and a new flame would be born. This meant that there were people who failed the challenge and there were people who entered the yellow board. Of course, the flames in the top 50 did not last for a long time. If they wanted to leave, they would have to break through on their own. I'm so envious. Entering the board, the name of the mortal realms 3 Xian. Below the ancient stone tablet, a large number of people stared at it, full of reverence. There were also some who used this as motivation to become stronger. At this moment on the modeled stairs, a couple of figures stepped on the stairs and slowly walked towards the Huang board. Among them, there was a young lady whose clothes were whiter than snow. Her white deerskin boots fluttered in the wind. As she walked, there was a clear sound of her footsteps. This caused many people below the Huang board to look over. So beautiful. Many young men nodded secretly. That young woman was like a fairy. Her skin was white as snow, her features were alluring, and she was filled with the aura of an immortal. It's the second 9 Heavens Maiden of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace. Some people recognized the young girl and couldn't help but ask. The 9 Heavens Maiden Palace was an extremely powerful supersect in Xianpeng province. However, compared to the splendid land, the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace was somewhat ordinary. This was because the splendid land had more ancient sects, such as Langya and the carefree 10 halls, the 4 pillars and the 8 pillars. There were also sects like Xianyuan and Xianhuangdiyu. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace's radiance was not dazzling. However, it was undeniable that many people still had expectations for Luo Shuaman. After all, she was very beautiful, and her talent was indeed not bad. She just lacked the accumulation of time. At this moment, Luo Shuaman walked forward gracefully, ignoring the gazes around her. If it was a year ago, she would still be as arrogant as a white swan. However, after Lin Ling's appearance, she recognized herself and even felt a little inferior. However, this feeling of inferiority did not last long. Right now, she had once again regained her former pride. Perhaps she could not compare to Lin Ling for now, but her man could. To be her man, one had to be in existence in Langya or the carefree 10 halls. This was the minimum requirement. However, not long ago, a man beyond her imagination appeared. He came from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars and personally pursued her. This man was very perfect. He was even more perfect than the geniuses of the Langya 10 halls. Perhaps he was just like her master. Her master and the Golden Armor King of the Langyuten halls together had achieved great things. She and the people of the Hong residence together would also be the envy of others. Manner, from now on you are my fiancé. Behind Luo Shuaman, a man in white followed with a smile. His steps were steady, clean, and refreshing. He looked at the people in front of him with a faint smile. It actually carried a kind of domineering light of freedom. Who is this person? He actually said that Luo Shuaman is his fiancé. Moreover, Luo Shuaman did not refuse. Many people secretly thought a man who could catch Luo Shuaman's eyes was probably not weak. Alright, Hong Tianting. However, if you want to marry me, then you must defeat my inner demon. Luo Shuaman halted her steps. Her beautiful eyes stared at the white-robed young man as she spoke, causing the crowd to be stunned. After which, their gazes shifted onto the yellow rankings and stared at the top of the yellow rankings. The top of the yellow rankings was at the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm and the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. The top of the Transcendent Realm was blazing with a resplendent flame. Behind the flame, an arrogant name appeared, Hong Tianting. And the most terrifying thing was that the flame was at the first place of the yellow board. This meant that this person was the strongest Transcendent 6th layer cultivator. No matter what kind of genius he was, it was extremely easy for him to defeat a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator unless he met a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator. And if Hong Tianting stepped into the Transcendent 7th layer, he would definitely be at the first place of the yellow board. So it's him, Hong Tianting, the younger brother of Emperor Hong Tianting. This person's strength seems to be at the Transcendent 7th layer, and he is also one of the 72 demon gods of the heavens. He has the 6th demon god. Someone said in awe. Hong Tianting's strength was already terrifying, and he also had an unrivaled transcendent demon god. No wonder he was at the first place of the yellow board. Alright. I wonder what your inner demon is? At this moment, Hong Tianting didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Perhaps he was already used to being the center of attention. Since he was young, he had always been at the first place of the transcendent first layer. When he reached the second layer, he was still at the first place of the transcendent realm. What was there to not get used to? If there was anyone who could move his heart, it would probably be Luo Shuaman. Help me defeat a person. I want him to know that he is a toad forever, and I am a white swan above his head. Luo Shuaman looked into the distance and said indifferently, "It's a piece of cake. I will help you solve it or even kill him." Hong Tianting thought it was something big and immediately shook his head with a smile. Do you want to know who he is? Luo Shuaman was looking forward to it. No need. Yes. Hong Tianting said softly. These two words carried a strong sense of arrogance and pride. Luo Shuaman suddenly laughed. She liked men who could dominate everything. She took the initiative to hold Hong Tianting's hand and said, "This person pursued me in the past, but I rejected him. Later he defeated me and humiliated me even more, making me change my mind. However, I, Luo Shuaman, can be defeated, but I will never like someone I don't like. In my heart, he is a toad, and he will always be a toad. Such a shameless person has piqued my interest. What is his name?" Hong Tianting smiled faintly. That person was very shameless. If he failed in his pursuit, he would use force? Lin Ling. Luo Shuaman said word by word. Then she looked forward to seeing Hong Tianting's serious gaze. After all, the current Lin Ling was extremely famous in Xianpeng province. I don't know a nameless junior. Chapter 13-14. 10 battles to the top. At the height where Hong Tianting stood, he was facing Langya, the carefree 10 halls, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, and even the 7 sovereigns, the top prodigies of the 3 Xian of the human world. Lin Ling was only a little famous in the Xianpeng Great Region. He was indeed incomparable to Hong Tianting. Luo Shuaman was overjoyed. At this moment, everyone around the yellow board was shocked. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. Of course they had heard of Lin Ling's name. He had won 10 battles in a row in the yellow board, when he was only at Transcendent Realm 4th stage. Now Lin Ling was going to meet Hong Tianting. This Lin Ling's light was going to be extinguished. Transcendent Realm 4th stage can't win against Hong Tianting. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't offend Hong Tianting but Luo Shuaman. Luo Shuaman wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior, lose face, and call himself a toad. Not long after, the yellow board challenge started again. A large number of people gathered around the wide martial stage, and there were more people than usual. Everyone seemed to know that there would be an exciting challenge today, which led to the bets being even crazier. Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu, and the other experts had arrived early and heard the news. This Luo Shuaman is really despicable. As far as I know, Lin Ling didn't like her. She lost to Lin Ling and thought too highly of herself. Now, she said that Lin Ling liked her and humiliated her after winning? Lu Susu immediately said with disdain, "Haha, girls love vanity. Of course they won't talk about such shameful things. However, the 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace is in decline." Old Man Dong Fu said lightly. Around the martial stage, many people heard that and their eyes flickered. Could it be that Luo Shuaman was lying? At this moment, Luo Shuaman and Hong Tianting were sitting beside the martial stage. When the rumor spread, Luo Shuaman's face turned cold. "Nonsense!" Hong Tianting shouted angrily and looked at the crowd with cold eyes. The crowd didn't dare to look at Luo Shuaman anymore. They couldn't afford to offend Hong Tianting. Defeat. At the same time, on the martial arts platform, the martial artists who wanted to challenge the list were completely defeated. No one is challenging the powerhouses on the list anymore. Lin Ling actually didn't come? I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Many people looked around and someone said disdainfully, Lin Ling was only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. It would be strange if he dared to come here. However, just as the crowd finished speaking, a young man in a blue and white robe appeared at the edge of the martial stage. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he had an ancient sword behind him. Lin Ling is here. In that instant, the martial stage quieted down. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Ling actually dared to challenge again? The person who came was Lin Ling. He frowned. He did not expect so many people to be waiting for him. However, he guessed that the yellow list challenge was always so lively. He was completely unaware that today's challenge was even more lively than usual, and that was because Hong Tianting had appeared. "Haha, you're finally here. Little guy. I'm looking forward to your change for me." Many ancient martial artists laughed. Because Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, the odds were high, and they had made a fortune by betting on Lin Ling. Haha, you might not lose money today. However, some people knew that Lin Ling's opponent was not simple, so they were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Lin Ling didn't know about this at all. He smiled and walked towards the registration area. "Lin Ling, I bet 100,000 vitality stones on you. Don't lose." At this moment, Lu Susu's voice sounded. Lin Ling was startled and shook his head helplessly. This female profiteer was very supportive of him. As for the crowd around the martial stage, their hearts trembled. 100,000 vitality stones on Lin Ling's victory. Lu Susu was very generous. If he lost, she would be bankrupt. After all, not everyone could casually take out 100,000 vitality stones. "I bet 50,000 vitality stones on you. You will definitely lose." A sinister voice sounded out. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was the 3 Lives Ghost King. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your golden skeleton." The grudge between him and the Ghost King was difficult to resolve. Either you die or I die, so Lin Ling was not polite. As soon as the golden skeleton was mentioned, the 3 Lives Ghost King's face turned ugly. He ordered that if any yellow list expert met Lin Ling, they must kill him. Although Lin Ling had chased him down and forced him to flee, the 3 Lives Ghost King knew that Lin Ling was only strong as a demon god. Although he was strong, he had not reached a terrifying level. Therefore, the 3 Lives Ghost King guessed that a peak transcendent 6th stage expert would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had defeated even the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he would not have dared to bet on this bet. Unfortunately, only the people of the Black-White Dao Palace knew about this. No one else knew. "I want to fight 10 rounds and reach the top. Is that possible?" Ignoring the 3 Lives Ghost King, Lin Ling looked at an old man of the martial pavilion. The old man's pupils constricted and he said with uncertainty, "Of course you can fight like this, but you can only fight against opponents who are stronger. For example, if you reach the 98th rank, you can't challenge anyone in the 99th rank. Otherwise, you will lose. Moreover, you have to pay 100,000 vitality stones for this challenge. If you lose, you won't have to pay back. Do you still want to fight? This kind of challenge was very unconventional and arrogant. It should be known that other people challenged the rankings one by one and spent half a year. Lin Ling wanted to reach the top in one day. This was the first time someone had done it. How could he know that Lin Ling could not wait for half a year? Okay. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. He came for the top of the yellow list. If he could reach the top of the yellow list, he would get 1,000,000 vitality stones. Boom! At this moment, the entire martial stage was filled with endless roars. Lin Ling actually challenged the yellow list in such an unconventional way. As a result, the odds changed again because Lin Ling's challenge was even more difficult. Could be said that it was impossible. Moreover, Hong Tianting was waiting for him to reach the top. It should be known that Lin Ling at his peak was not Hong Tianting's opponent, not to mention that he had to fight 9 rounds in a row before challenging Hong Tianting. The odds increased crazily and the roars became even crazier. Lin Ling frowned. He did not understand why these people were so crazy. How could he know that Hong Tianting was already waiting for him? Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. Madman. Definitely. I've changed my mind. I'll bet on Lin Ling to lose. Yeah. He's only a transcendent 4th stage cultivator. How can he reach the top? That's just a fool's dream. Nonsense. Even many ancient martial artists changed their minds and no longer bet on Lin Ling. Of course, there were still some who stood their ground. This guy is really challenging our trust in him. Old man Dong Fu smiled bitterly. At this moment, he did not know if he believed that Lin Ling could win. Place your bets. That guy doesn't look like an arrogant person who doesn't know his limits. Lu Susu crossed her legs and said. Her slender jade legs emitted an alluring light. She still believed in Lin Ling. Chapter 13-15. Don't provoke me, please go up. Go. Lin Ling's gaze shifted to one of the seats. Over there were old and young, male and female. These were the 100 transcendents of the yellow board. Since these people were able to enter the yellow board and receive the attention of the public, their strength was definitely not weak. Although Lin Ling had defeated the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he knew that there were countless capable people in Xianpeng province. If he could do it, others could do it too. Not to mention, the Black-White Dao Palace was on par with the Sword Pavilion, Hong Residence and Xintian Dynasty. The experts of the yellow board all had cold expressions. That young man was too arrogant. It was his first time challenging the yellow board, and he wanted to reach the top in 10 battles. It was said that he was only at the Transcendence 4th stage. Ignorant. Everyone here is stronger than you. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Trash, you can't even win against one of us. The experts all shouted coldly. They felt that Lin Ling was humiliating them. It was no wonder that they were furious. They were able to enter the rankings because they relied on years of challenges. Their strength was absolutely strong. If a newcomer wanted to sweep them away in a single day, then the fame they had earned with their strength was too worthless. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect these people to have such a big reaction. To put it bluntly, it was because Lin Ling was young and his fame had just risen. If Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, would they still dare to say anything? You guys obtained your current status because you challenged other experts. Why didn't you all say that you were ignorant, arrogant and trash then? Lin Ling faintly spoke, his words causing the expressions of those experts to stiffen, unable to reply. Indeed, they were like Lin Ling in the past, challenging experts to enter the yellow board. Why didn't they call themselves that when they challenged others? When Lin Ling challenged them, they were angry and disdainful. Impudent. You only know how to talk big. Let me. Finally, the first expert appeared. He was ranked 95th on the yellow board. His name was Purple Dragon Red Fong. He was 56 years old. Although he didn't have a strong advantage, his age was an advantage. A 56-year-old transcendent 6th-stage cultivator, in terms of martial arts experience, was definitely stronger than the younger generation. Who are your parents? Didn't they teach you to respect your elders? Your parents don't seem to be good people, and you're already so arrogant at such a young age. Your future accomplishments will be limited. Purple Dragon, Crimson Fong, landed on the stage with his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Purple Elder, teach him a lesson. The people around the martial arts platform were also shouting madly. Originally, many people had placed their bets on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wanted to accomplish the impossible, so they did not dare to follow him. So now they were all unhappy. Lin Ling frowned once again. He had come for the 1 million primary stones, but who would have thought that it would cause so much anger? Furthermore, this old man actually mentioned his mother and father? You shouldn't implicate my family. Elder, seeing that you're old, I won't fuss about what you said before. Let's begin. Lin Ling said indifferently. Aha, then why are you so arrogant? Have you never thought of getting your family into trouble? It seems that your family members aren't good people, or else you wouldn't be so unappreciative. Purple Dragon sneered. Don't provoke me. Lin Ling's voice became deeper. I'm qualified to be your great-grandfather, and you're telling me not to provoke you? The old man laughed even louder. Pa! Lin Ling took a step forward, and dense spiritual energy burst out. 7 streams of spiritual energy shone brightly. Then, a giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards the old man, as majestic as a tribulation cloud, causing the stage to tremble. What? 7 streams of spiritual energy. One of them is a heterogeneous spiritual energy. He's reached Transcendent 6th stage. The angry crowd's expression instantly froze. Lin Ling had broken through 2 stages in such a short time. They thought that Lin Ling would use his physical strength, but this time he used spiritual energy in the first battle. As for Purple Dragon, his face was filled with disdain, but he also froze on the spot. There was only one voice in his mind. Transcendent 6th stage, 7 streams of spiritual energy, comparable to a Transcendent 7th stage. Boom! The giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards Purple Dragon at the same time. It was as majestic as a mountain, and Purple Dragon didn't even have time to counterattack. He was hit hard and spat out blood, falling to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Lin Ling took a step forward and came before Purple Dragon Scarlet Fanged. He stepped on Purple Dragon Scarlet Fang's chest and said, I told you not to anger me. He came here to look for money, and he didn't want to provoke anyone. However, if Purple Dragon was too arrogant, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. How dare you step on me? Purple Dragon's old face was filled with anger. He was on the Huang board, and his name was well known in Xianpeng province. Therefore, he was respected in the sanctuary. Who would have thought that he would be defeated in one move and be stepped on by someone else? Take back what you said. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Since Purple Dragon dared to reprimand his parents, he wouldn't show mercy. Dream on! Purple Dragon roared. You're so rude. I'm afraid your parents will be dead because of you. Haha. With so many people watching, how could he, Purple Dragon Scarlet Fang, take back his words? Bang! Lin Ling stomped down, and Purple Dragon Red Fang's arm was torn off. The smile on Purple Dragon Red Fang's face froze. He did not expect Lin Ling to attack. My father is indeed dead, but my mother is still alive. She won't die because she wasn't implicated by me. Instead, she is protected by me. You can die now. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gave Purple Dragon a chance, but Purple Dragon still dared to be so arrogant. His mother was one of his reverse scales. Who dared to insult her? Wait, I take back what I said before. I saw that you were young, so I didn't think you were strong enough. Plus, I thought it was impossible for you to reach the top in 10 battles. That's why I said those words. Purple Dragon's eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously. At this moment, the young man in front of him changed from a gentle and low-key person to an unsheathed sword. The sword was full of killing intent. It's too late. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. His right leg was like the leg of a demon king stomping down heavily. Boom! Purple Dragon's body exploded. At the same time, his martial platform cracked and spread. A famous expert of the yellow board fell in one move. The crowd quietened down. That was too fast. As for some older martial artists, they revealed gloating smiles. They shouldn't implicate their families. That Purple Dragon's mouth was too smelly. If they had encountered them, they would have killed them all the same. The second one, if you are not ranked above 90, Don't come up and embarrass yourself. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the experts with cold eyes. At this moment, many of the experts on the yellow board were frowning. Lin Ling had actually broken through to the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. However, they were still laughing coldly. Lin Ling's current cultivation base was barely enough to enter the yellow board. There was nothing to be shocked about. Who's up? Let me do it. 10 Transcendent Stage 6 experts among the 80 looked at each other and said indifferently. They were competing to go up. Chapter 13:16. Fatal blow. Stop fighting, I'll take care of him. Finally, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old shouted coldly. He looked at the few people who wanted to go on stage and said, "You guys go. Although you can win, you can't win beautifully. My divine body is heaven grade. I can finish him in an instant." "All right, Ma Tai, you go." Everyone nodded. They had rich battle experience and could defeat Lin Ling, but it would take some time. Ma Tai didn't need to. As expected of the yellow board's experts, Lin Ling has shown his trump card, but they're not afraid at all. Instead, they're arguing about who should take care of him. Everyone around the stage started discussing. At the same time on the stage, Ma Tai's burly body appeared like a door god. After he appeared, an indescribable aura of destruction spread out. "Kid, every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. I don't have much enmity with you, but if you want to reach the top, you'll have to face us. So don't blame me. When you go to hell, don't blame me. You're so confident that you can win." Looking at him, Lin Ling could feel Ma Tai's destructive aura. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too weak. If Ma Tai was a 7th realm transcendent, Lin Ling would be a little bit more cautious. "You've been fighting in the yellow board for 5 years, so you're confident too. That's one thing. Secondly, you were only a 4th realm transcendent the last time. Breaking through 2 realms in a short period of time, your cultivation has improved, but your realm is still unstable." Ma Tai sneered. An ancient door appeared behind him. It was a yellow door that seemed to lead to the divine world. Destructive aura spread out from the door and soon, the entire stage was filled with the ancient divine gate. Desolate ancient gate of solitude. The moment it opens, even an early Saint Realm expert like you will have to die. A cold voice came out from Ma Tai's mouth. "It's the solitary gate." Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This solitary gate was a supersect of the ancient star-picking nation. What they cultivated was precisely the opening of the divine gate. After the divine gate was opened, it would communicate with the powerful force of the divine realm. In the end, it would suck the opponent into the divine gate. It was said that those who had such a bloodline talent could easily fight someone 2 realms higher than them. Lin Ling is dead for sure. The crowd could already see Lin Ling's defeat, because once the divine gate opened, even a Saint Realm master would die. Yeah, I've said it before. If I go on stage, I'll definitely win beautifully. There won't be any deathmatch. A mysterious pattern appeared on Ma Tai's face as he laughed insolently. "Are you regretting that you reached the 1st place in 10 rounds? I've said it before. You're underestimating us famous experts." At this moment, Lin Ling frowned and Violet Elder's voice appeared in his mind. "I didn't expect it to be someone from the solitary gate." Lin Ling, the desolate ancient solitary gate is indeed terrifying. Once the godly gate is opened, everything will be destroyed. However, the people from this supersect were not very powerful in the ancient times because they had a flaw, and that was that they took too long to open the gate. Therefore, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless if they couldn't open the gate. Lin Ling nodded and understood. He looked at Ma Tai and said, "What you should regret is that you went on stage." Ma Tai stretched out his left hand and a raging blue flame bloomed. The sea heart flame appeared. An earth-grade saint physique is no match for Ma Tai's heaven-grade saint physique. "Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself." Many people sneered. They could see the difference in talent at a glance. Ma Tai's face was full of disdain. He smiled faintly and said, "You have 5 breaths of time. You'd better admit defeat or you'll die." More and more divine gates appeared in the surroundings. They were densely packed, forming a scene of an ancient miracle. Anyone who was here would tremble in fear, afraid that the gate would open. Lin Ling sneered, "Are you trying to scare me? It's useless. The more you scare me, the more curious I am. See heart flame. Ma Tai's pupils constricted. He thought that Lin Ling would be frightened by him, but who knew that Lin Ling would still choose to fight? As a result, Ma Tai panicked. He knew that the flaw of his saint physique was the short process of opening the gate. Otherwise, with his heaven-defying talent, he would have already become the top of the yellow board. Crazy. Lin Ling is attacking. Everyone gasped. They didn't understand why Lin Ling didn't give up. Boom! Blue flames burst out wherever the huge fist passed. Those divine gates were broken one by one. The crowd heard Lin Ling's words. The solitary gate is indeed powerful, but it takes time to open the gate. If you can't open the gate, then what is there to be afraid of? That's the biggest weakness of the solitary gate. You! Ma Tai roared. Lin Ling knew his weakness. How was that possible? It was Lin Ling's first time to fight in the yellow board. How could he have so much combat experience? He knew his weakness. Although there were people in the yellow board who knew his weakness, they were all experts who had fought with him before. The crowd's eyes flickered. They had heard about the mysteriousness of the solitary gate, but they didn't expect that to be its weakness. It meant that although the solitary gate was powerful, it wasn't worth worrying about. You'd better take care of yourself. Lin Ling's voice was accompanied by an invincible flaming fist. Looking from afar, there was a flaming fist as big as a small mountain on the martial stage, sweeping across the ground. Wherever it passed, all the divine gates were destroyed. Ma Tai exclaimed. He was completely terrified. He wanted to escape, but he was killed by the flaming fist. Next up, we need 70 experts to come out. In the sea of fire, an ethereal voice came out. It was extremely unreal. Lin Ling won 2 consecutive victories. Let me do it. Ma Tai's strengths and weaknesses are obvious. Those who know the secret, Ma Tai isn't strong. But those who don't know the secret, Ma Tai can kill a Saint Realm expert. So, your previous victories don't mean anything. An expert ranked 72nd on the yellow board landed on the stage. You don't mean anything. Lin Ling replied indifferently. You will know. Both of them instantly released a huge aura. That expert was an assassin who walked the Tao of killing. He had killed hundreds of millions of people, and each of them died without knowing why. Void killing arrow. At the beginning, that expert used his strongest trump card. He was at the peak of the extreme martial art, half a step into the transcendent realm, only to see him disappear from the battle platform. The battle platform became chaotic and chaotic. Explosions unceasingly occurred in the void. The fluctuations were like ripples, making it impossible for people to see anything clearly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. If you die, the people behind you will die too. Don't ask me how I did it, because I'm an expert in this kind of powerful Tao of killing. The ethereal voice came out from the chaotic void. It was extremely mysterious. This expert has already mastered the Great Void Law. Once he attacked, he formed a void space. Coupled with the void killing arrow, it's impossible to guard against. Many people said nervously. Even though they knew that the expert was on the stage, they couldn't see his figure. Moreover, they didn't know his name. They only knew that he was called Wu Ming. Perhaps assassins like to hide themselves, so they were called Wu Ming. Absolute killing. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations appeared. A black arrow shot over ferociously, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 13-17. Ferocious Dragon Crossing the River Pa. However, under the gaze of countless people, Lin Ling took a step forward and easily dodged the arrow. This caused many people to think that Lin Ling dodged the arrow carelessly. How is this possible? That assassin sucked in a breath of cold air. How did Lin Ling do this? How would he know that although his arrow was fast, Lin Ling's soul force was extremely powerful? It had already enveloped the entire stage, allowing him to detect even the slightest movement. Lin Ling would be able to sense it. Absolute kill. Another arrow shot out from the void and Lin Ling dodged it once again. What a cunning junior. However, you won't be able to win just by dodging. Don't think that you can dodge my arrows forever. An enraged voice rang out from the void. Firstly, don't think that you're invincible just because you can control the void. In reality, you're still on the stage. Secondly, there's no need to dodge your arrows sometimes. Lin Ling calmly replied, causing many people to shake their heads. They thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off because even a transcendent 7th layer expert couldn't detect his presence. What a joke. Absolute kill. The void exploded, and countless arrows appeared in an instant, shooting toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. Then I'll let you see if it's a joke or not. However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. He stretched out his hands and raised them up high. Blue flames erupted as countless resplendent blue lotuses floated out. After reaching the transcendent 6th layer, the number of lotuses was even more than the number of arrows. A resplendent scene appeared on the stage. 10,000 arrows against 10,000 lotuses. No matter how you try to hide yourself, as long as you're on the stage, my 10,000 lotuses will bloom. You won't be able to hide. Fire of 10,000 homes. Indifferently speaking, Lin Ling raised his hands and countless lotuses floated out, forming a huge explosion of lotuses. Madness. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's blazing lotus flower had also reached the pinnacle of extreme martial arts. Moreover, from a certain point of view, it was even stronger than an arrow because the power of an arrow lay in the arrowhead. However, from the point of view of a head-on collision, it couldn't be compared to the blazing lotus flower. After all, archers were hiding in the dark. Rumble. The martial platform exploded, scorching, tyrannical, incomparably dazzling. Then a body was blasted out, his face pale. However, before he could even say anything, an endless stream of lotuses floated over, continuously bombarding him. Rumble. That person was blasted to death. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. As long as the person was still on the martial stage, no matter where they hid, it would be useless. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't even need to look for the other person's figure. Because of the large-scale explosion, no matter how deep the person dived, they would still be blasted out. One move, another move, Lin Ling won again. Lin Ling challenged the famous experts of the yellow board. Although he was a newborn calf, he was still like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Madness. Last time Lin Ling displayed the strength of his body. Now that his physical strength can't match the experts of the yellow board, he finally displayed the martial Tao of fire. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Next, the warrior of the 60th round. However, this time I will choose my opponent. Come out, people from the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. If the other experts of the yellow board wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. However, even if the people of the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect didn't kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. May kill him. From afar, the 3 Generations Ghost King shouted angrily. Only the person called May could stop Lin Ling's footsteps. A man wearing a white cloak like a ghost slowly walked onto the martial stage. Amazing. You are only an Earth-grade Saint Physique, but you are able to display the martial Tao of fire to such an extent. Your comprehension in this aspect is extremely strong. However, you should admit defeat. Don't you feel tired? Until now, how many rounds have you fought? Don't you want to relax your mind and live a normal life? You are too stubborn. Because of your determination, you are tired. Buddha says, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. That person continuously spoke as soon as he stepped onto the martial stage. His voice was ethereal, causing a strange thing to happen. The entire martial stage shone with golden light. At this moment, the martial artist who practiced the martial Tao of Ghost became holy, as if he was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At the same time, a large number of illusions appeared. It was actually the life of many people. Birth, old age, sickness, death, blooming and withering. It was the comprehension of those people after they returned to hell. At the same time, at the edge of the martial stage, many people were in a daze. It was as if their life struggle was ultimately a pipe dream, and death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Since everyone was the same after death, why fight? They might as well let go of everything and let the heavens and earth arrange it. The Ghost Buddha, the disciple of the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect's 4th generation Ghost King. This person should be from the Heavenly Dragon Temple in the past. Therefore, his domain is extremely powerful in affecting others' fighting spirit. The eyes of some powerful martial artists flickered, and a majestic spiritual energy halo appeared on the surface of their bodies. Only then did they stop the invasion of the voice. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the ghost Buddha's voice. Lin Ling is hesitating. Subsequently, many people looked at Lin Ling and frowned. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was like a bamboo shoot after a spring rain. His rise was extremely fast, and his cultivation realm and extreme martial arts were extremely sharp. However, his strength increased too quickly, and his martial heart wasn't firm enough. This had become his weakness. Give up. Everything is an illusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formless sound wave still enveloped Lin Ling. It was sacred and mighty, and it was impossible for people to guard against it. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At first, he was indeed in a daze, but in an instant, he regained his senses. The anger in his heart quietly erupted. Under the influence of the ghost Buddha's voice, he had the thought of committing suicide. Moreover, the ghost Buddha had actually asked him to kill his family. This was a kind of release for his family. This was an extremely evil ghost Tao. Killing his family was the reason for Lin Ling's anger. If he was really affected and killed his family, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. How dare you affect me? The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched, and his cold voice drifted out. The ghost Buddha made people want to kill him. I'm not affecting you. I just want to give you some pointers. The ghost Buddha was shocked, but he still said indifferently, I used to be like you, but after seeing through everything, I finally realized that everything is just dust. Since it's dust, then you can die. Lin Ling took a step forward. At this moment, his affected martial heart became even more determined. He wasn't tired. He still wanted to soar through the heavens and earth. How could he be afraid of a challenge and give up? Pa! Lin Ling's step caused the ghost Buddha's expression to change drastically. He seemed to have seen Lin Ling's vigorous fighting spirit and will. He muttered, emptiness is form is emptiness. Lin Ling, you're too stubborn. You still want to affect me? I'll let you be dust. I'll let you be an illusion. I'll let you bewitch me. Boom! Lin Ling's expression became even colder. With a thought, surging flames erupted. Layers of blue flames were like the sea, intimidating everyone. The blue flame god had descended at this moment. Turn back is sure. Boom! Seeing this scene, the ghost Buddha's heart trembled violently. Ironically, he was actually afraid. Even the voice that was trying to bewitch Lin Ling became nervous. I told you to turn back. Turn back. Lin Ling shouted again. Divine beasts like the flame bird, vermilion bird, phoenix, Baifeng and others flew out crazily from his body. Then they hovered above Lin Ling's head. At this moment, it was as if he dominated the entire battlefield. At the same time, the great law of fire appeared. Chapter 13:18. 9 consecutive victories. He wasn't bewitched, instead, he seems to be enraged. His battle intent is crazy. Heavens! Heavens, transcendent extreme martial art, how did he cultivate it? Heavens! Everyone stood up at the side of the stage. Their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling's extreme martial art had reached transcendent extreme martial art. One must know that transcendent extreme martial art was something that only a few transcendent 7th stage experts could master. Heavens! Ghost Buddha's face turned pale at this moment. Give up, why struggle? Everything you've done is just an illusion, you won't be able to escape death. Heavens! Lin Ling stepped forward with a large number of flame birds behind him. The blue flames that gushed out of his body made him look like he was looking down on the world. His voice was thick with sarcasm. Before this, the ghost Buddha had wanted to bewitch Lin Ling and make him give up. But now Lin Ling had used his tyrannical strength to force the ghost Buddha to give up. I can't win against you? Ghost Buddha's eyes flickered. His heart was actually shaken. In the distance, 3rd era Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could see that Ghost Buddha had also failed. One must know that Ghost Buddha's innate saint body was extremely mysterious. It specialized in attacking a martial artist's martial heart. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's soul force and martial heart were beyond his peers? He was even stronger than these 100-year-old monsters. And now, Ghost Buddha was bewitched by Lin Ling. This situation was like a slap to Third-era Ghost King's face. Most importantly, Ghost Buddha was Fourth-era Ghost King's subordinate. It was said that Fourth-era Ghost King spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Now that he was implicated to death, Fourth-era Ghost King would definitely not let him off. Moreover, Thousand-era Ghost Sect had also lost an expert. At this moment, Ghost Buddha gradually calmed down. He was worthy of being called an expert in this field. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Ling, you want to bewitch me? Dream on. You can't win against me. This battle is not over." He felt incomparable shame. His strongest move was actually used by Lin Ling to attack him. How could he let go of his face? Bewitch you? You think too highly of yourself. I can't win? Take a look now. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, and the flames on his body surged even more fiercely. He roared, "World of fire!" An even more dazzling scene than the blooming of millions of lotuses appeared. The entire martial stage was filled with flame birds and god beasts. The great rules of the Sea of Fire completely erupted, burning, destroying everything. In the eyes of everyone, they could only see a massive sea of blue flames erupting. The Ghost Buddha's pupils constricted as he saw the Sea of Fire surging towards him from all directions. He felt as if he was being surrounded by an army. He panicked and was terrified. He unleashed all of his means and summoned the Hell Ghost soldiers. However, in the face of the Fire Sea world that had a preliminary understanding of the laws of fire, any ghost soldier would be incinerated to death. If the two of them were generals on the battlefield, then at this moment, Lin Ling was leading a magnificent army into the imperial city. No! With a furious roar, the Ghost Buddha was burned into a puff of green smoke. Any Tao of bewitchment, any Ghost Tao martial arts, when faced with the surging and majestic flames, was simply a joke. With one move, another expert was defeated. It was too crazy. Next, those who are ranked within the top 50, come on. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the dazzling sea of blue flames. This time, the experts of the yellow board were all pale. They were scared and could not understand how Lin Ling could be so powerful at such a young age. Among them, there were many century-old monsters, the three mysterious of the mortal world, the carefree martial artist and the 10 temples of heaven and earth. Many of them were even from the heaven-grade holy lands. However, none of them dared to say a word. As for the people around the martial stage who did not bet on Lin Ling, their hearts were shaken at this moment, and they even regretted it. No one knew that Lin Ling would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Trash, come on up. Lin Ling retracted all of the flames and shouted again. Trash. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed. Lin Ling dared to call them trash? You go on up. The battle is inevitable. You should do it. However, the experts of the yellow board said to each other. The atmosphere was completely different from before. This time they were urging each other to go on the stage. It was extremely ironic. This guy's martial Tao of fire has reached perfection. However, the continuous battle has consumed most of his spiritual chi. Without spiritual chi, he will never be able to reach the top of the list with his physical body. At this moment, an old man said faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. This statement was correct. Suddenly, the experts of the yellow board were eager to make a move. Lin Ling could never reach the top of the list. Otherwise, they would be ashamed of themselves. I'll do it. Sea of flames. Lin Ling acted as if he did not know what everyone was thinking. He dared to go on the stage and defeated his opponent in one move. This guy is so arrogant. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed, but more of them were sneering. Lin Ling was too arrogant and he was fooled. Then it's my turn. Sea of flames. The person who came was defeated again. He was burned to death because he admitted defeat too late. However, at this moment no one paid any attention to him. Instead, the corners of many people's mouths curled up, and their sneers deepened. They also saw Lin Ling's weakness, which was that his spiritual source was constantly being depleted. Lin Ling was so stupid that he didn't know how to conserve his spiritual source. That Fire Sea world was indeed terrifying, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual source. Gradually, Lin Lingjia won in a row, and his spiritual source dimmed. Terrifying. A flame that can shake the world. He fought 9 people in a row and none of them could resist his flame. Although they knew that Lin Ling was fooled, it was undeniable that they were shocked by Lin Ling's flame. Last time, Lin Ling won 10 consecutive battles with a cultivation of Transcendent Realm Level 4, which shocked the yellow board. Today Lin Ling won again. Such an accomplishment could be said to be one of a kind in Xianpeng region. However, Lin Ling's arrogance had to stop in the 10th battle. At this moment no one thought that Lin Ling would win. 1. Lin Ling had consumed too much spiritual qi. 2. Lin Ling was facing Hong Tianting from the Hong residence. After 9 consecutive victories, you can rest for an incense stick's time. At this moment, the Martial Pavilion elder could not bear to watch any longer. He knew that everyone thought that Lin Ling was a monkey and wanted to use Lin Ling to wear him down. Since when was there such a rule? No. Since it's a winning streak, then it must be a winning streak. Just as the Martial Pavilion elder finished speaking, a wave of objections came from all around. The 3 Lives Ghost King was the leader, and upon closer inspection, there were many people from the Void Star Divine Palace and the Julie tribe. Obviously, they wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down and make him die in the 10th battle. The Martial Pavilion elder frowned and remained silent. After all, he could not bear to see Lin Ling being killed, so he helped Lin Ling. However, he had also violated the rules. Most importantly, everyone was against it. These guys. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu's faces turned ugly. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win the next battle. Lin Ling, do you still remember me? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like the sound of nature rang out, and it caused the arena to suddenly fall silent. Countless gazes looked towards the person who spoke. A woman who was as graceful as a fairy sat there. Her clothes were purer than snow, and her eyes were filled with an otherworldly arrogance. She was Luo Xueman. Chapter 13-19. Do I need you to let me win? Last time you defeated me and proved that you're a true genius and I'm a toad. Now do you still dare to say such words? Staring at Lin Ling, Luo Xueman's delicate face was filled with excitement. In the past, she lost to Lin Ling and witnessed Lin Ling's brilliance step by step, which made her feel inferior. And now she finally had the chance to defeat Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that he, Lin Ling, is a toad. What do you want to say? Lin Ling said calmly. I want to say that today I want you to lose. And after you lose, I want you to kneel and lick my feet. Luo Xueman stood up. At this moment she no longer looked like an elegant fairy, but more like an empress. Today she wanted Lin Ling to repay the humiliation in the past by double. Wow, so ruthless. Interesting, a man licking a woman's feet. This scene can't be missed. I'm looking forward to it. The entire stage was silent for a moment. Then voices of schadenfreude rang out. Luo Xueman was indeed domineering. She could defeat Lin Ling, but she didn't let Lin Ling die. Instead, she wanted him to kneel and lick her feet. This was more satisfying than killing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, but he was still calm like an ancient well. You're so sure that you can win. Hee, of course this is my husband, an opponent that you can never defeat. Luo Xueman smiled proudly. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. She pointed at Hong Tianting beside her and said. At this moment, she was proud and filled with endless glory because that man was her husband. Hong Tianting. Everyone here was a regular visitor to the Martial Pavilion, so they naturally knew of this terrifying young man. This person came from the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. His elder brother, Hong Tiandi, was one of the 4 candidates recommended to the human emperor. As for Hong Tiantian, even though he was only at the Transcendent 6th stage, he was considered to be invincible in the Transcendent realm. If he were to step into the Transcendent 7th stage, then the number 1 position on the yellow board would definitely belong to him. Moreover, not only was this person invincible in the Transcendent realm, he had even managed to kill a Saint Realm Master. This record was extremely dazzling. One had to know that a Saint Realm Master's spiritual qi would condense into a Saint C and their Dantian would form an extremely powerful Saint C. So for a Transcendent Realm cultivator to be able to defeat a Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare occurrence. Alright, if you lose then you'll die. Lin Ling's face was still calm as he said indifferently. Last time when he defeated Luo Shuaman, he didn't do anything. However, the other party didn't know how to be grateful. This time she actually sent someone to kill him. This kind of woman was very disgusting. Shut up. As soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, a man in white robes next to Luo Shuaman stood up and said indifferently, I have no interest in who you are or what your name is, but Schwerer is my wife. No one can blaspheme her. This man was Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting, so handsome. Around the martial stage, many women were moved. For his lover, Hong Tianting didn't fear the world. If only Hong Tianting liked them. Luo Shuaman smiled happily. Her man was strong, proud, and most importantly loved her. This gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. Poor man. Lin Ling shook his head and stared at the proud man in white robes, disdainfully saying, liking someone is not wrong, but unfortunately, your love is so great that you've even lost your own heart. Such a person, how can he talk about the martial Tao? Shameless man, you're not qualified to talk about me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Schwer. You must kneel before her. Hong Tianting said indifferently. His body was flat on the martial stage and he actually floated down just like that. That kind of flying ability shocked everyone present. It must be known that if an ordinary person flew in the air, they would have some kind of movement. However, Hong Tianting did not do so. It was as if he was an immortal, and directly floated down. Lin Ling shook his head again. He could do that as well, but he would never use such a mysterious movement technique just to please the crowd. He couldn't help but look down on Hong Tianting again. This person's background and talent were not bad, but it was a pity that he was blinded by beauty. Restore your spiritual yuan. I won't take advantage of you. After landing on the martial stage, Hong Tianting said without even looking at Lin Ling. With his status, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. No matter how dazzling Lin Ling was before, he was nothing but trash to Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting's overall strength was comparable to an early Saint Realm master. Good courage. Many people shouted in admiration. Lin Ling, you're lucky. Hong Tianting is magnanimous. What's the use? Even if Lin Ling has restored his spiritual yuan, how can he be Hong Tianting's opponent? Many people shouted, admiring Hong Tianting's magnanimity and mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Even Luo Shuaman smiled faintly at this moment. Even if her man won, he had to win beautifully. Even if he had to fight domineeringly. Her man didn't even care about Lin Ling's name. This was Hong Tianting. The voice was like a wave, falling into Lin Ling's ears, making him smile. He stretched out his left hand and a majestic flame gushed out, burning behind him. This action stunned the clamoring crowd. What was Lin Ling doing? That's his Fire Sea World. Someone saw the terrifying flame released by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't use the Fire Sea World to attack Hong Tianting. Instead, he used it to burn the martial stage. This made the crowd even more confused about what Lin Ling was doing. Do I need you to let me go? Lin Ling smiled faintly with disdain. Boom! The crowd's heart exploded. They finally understood Lin Ling's intention. Hong Tianting gave Lin Ling time to recover his spiritual yuan. But Lin Ling didn't need it. He even released all the spiritual yuan that he had recovered. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he didn't need the sympathy of others. This guy, Lu Susu, Old Man Dongfu and the others all sucked in cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so confident and so proud. Lin Ling looked at Luo Shuaman with a smile on his face. His smile was frivolous, domineering and arrogant. It was as if no matter what Luo Shuaman did, she was just a toad in his heart. Luo Shuaman also noticed that smile. Her beautiful face became extremely ugly. Lin Ling's action was equivalent to giving her a hard slap. You, for that backbone, you're simply sending yourself to your death. Hong Tianting looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling didn't want his sympathy? Say that after you win. Lin Ling withdrew his left hand and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. His spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. You'll know. Hong Tianting shook his head. This was the first time he saw such an unappreciative guy. Giving up his spiritual yuan, did he want to admit defeat? Then let's begin. Lin Ling indeed acted as if he didn't know how powerful Hong Tianting was. With his sword by his side and his robe fluttering, his indifferent voice drifted out with the wind. Hong Tianting nodded. He knew that only by using force could he let the insignificant ant in front of him know how lowly he was. He said indifferently, I came to the Four Pillars Hong residence. My brother is one of the 4 people who recommended the human emperor. In the future, he will become an existence in Langya and the 10 halls of heaven and earth. I have the bloodline of the Flood King of the ancient country, which is a true immortal body. Therefore, I won't say whether I'll let you have a chance because I already let you have a chance before. You overestimated yourself and didn't know your limits. Therefore, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Chapter 1320. The existence of the immortal physique. The existence of the immortal physique was indeed worthy of Hong Tianting. Not to mention 3 moves, even Lin Ling might not be able to block one. The strength of the immortal physique was innate. Others painstakingly cultivated spiritual energy, but the immortal physique naturally condensed spiritual energy. Moreover, the immortal physique's comprehension of the martial Tao was also extraordinary. In other words, Lin Ling had even less of a chance to win. Lin Ling had a saint physique, and it was only at the earth grade. Hong Shui Eagle King. Hong Tianting shouted in a low voice. An ancient white eagle king appeared behind him. Its pair of eagle eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. The moment the eagle appeared, countless people felt a sense of worship. That was the pressure of an immortal body. Pooh! The white eagle king swept its wings, forming a large area of wind law, causing cracks to appear on the martial stage's protective light curtain. Transcendent grade martial art. The top experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tianting's talent was too good. The existence of the immortal physique and the transcendent grade martial art. Then, who in the transcendent realm could be his opponent? At this moment the bets began to change. Everyone was betting that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 3 moves, and the odds were 1 to 100. Some even bet that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 1 move, and the odds were even higher, 1 to 1,000. The entire martial stage seemed to have gone crazy, and a large number of voices were cursing, all of them wanting Lin Ling to lose quickly. How is it? What do you think now? Hong Tianting didn't care about the voices around him. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling, as if the ancient Hong King had descended. I only know that you talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling replied indifferently. At the beginning, when Hong Tianting's terrifying pressure attacked him, he did feel a sense of pressure, but soon that feeling disappeared. He knew that it was the resistance of the Fiend God Overlord physique, and the end point of the Fiend God Overlord physique was the existence of the divine physique, so naturally, it was immune to the immortal physique. Talk a lot of nonsense? Hong Tianting was stunned for a moment. Veins popped out on his forehead. He hated this ant more and more. After all, he had displayed such a terrifying innate immortal physique, but the other party was still fearless. He did not like such a person. When he was angry, he didn't notice that when his immortal physique descended, the others were trembling with fear. However, Lin Ling was standing opposite him, but he wasn't affected at all. This showed that there was a problem. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique. Unfortunately, he only knew that Lin Ling was an Earth-grade saint physique, so he didn't take it to heart. The words of the Hong dynasty. Countless eagle kings appeared on the martial platform. Among them a blurry figure appeared. It seemed to be the Flood King from ancient times. At this moment he was leading the eagles to attack Lin Ling. Crack! It was so fast that it surpassed the speed of wind and thunder. The eagle's claws tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts. The great law of Snow Eagle. Lin Ling was doomed. Many people couldn't see through the speed. They could only say that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block a single move. Lin Ling stared ahead. He noticed that the great law had appeared. The void was filled with eagle claws. He simply closed his eyes and observed everything with his soul force. However, the great law was more terrifying than the general momentum. Lin Ling had to face it carefully. Crack! An extremely fast claw appeared from the void at this moment. It felt as if it had been there for a long time. It swept at Lin Ling fiercely. Looking at the momentum, Even a Saint Realm master wouldn't be able to block it easily. Lin Ling didn't dodge. Instead, he counterattacked. The Tyrant Song sword stabbed out at an extraordinary speed. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. At the moment of collision, the void exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his sword to block Hong Tianting's claw. Both of them retreated a step. How can this be? Many people gasped. Lin Ling actually blocked the first move. Lin Ling not only noticed the trajectory of the eagle claw, but he also seemed to have the strength to block it. That's right, it was the strength of his physical body. During the last yellow board challenge, Lin Ling also displayed the strength of his physical body. This time, everyone thought that Lin Ling's physical strength couldn't be used. Who knew that Lin Ling blocked the first move with his physical strength? At this moment, Hong Tianting appeared on the other side. On the palm of his right hand, there was a sword mark that looked like a white dot. It was the sword that had blocked his words of the Han dynasty. It had to be said that Lin Ling was very experienced in battle. If that sword had been struck a little later or a little earlier, the result would have been completely different. Moreover, if the angle of the sword had been a little higher or a little lower, he would have been able to kill Lin Ling with his claws. However, Lin Ling happened to stab his palm, causing the attack to end. As for Lin Ling, his right hand was trembling slightly. The previous collision was extremely terrifying. If he didn't have the strength of 3 universes, he wouldn't have been able to block that claw. Physical strength? That's very rare, but that's all you have. Hong Tianting sneered. The figure of Hong King behind him became clearer, as if he was looking at the mountains and rivers. On Hong King's shoulder, the Hong King snow eagle became more condensed and let out a shocking cry. Its eyes were even colder and more domineering, chilling people's hearts. Year of the Han dynasty. Roar! Hong Tianting's body turned into an afterimage, causing the entire space to be filled with the flying shadows of the Hong King snow eagle. Not only was his speed faster, but there were also more of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a rabbit being watched by the Eagle King, about to be killed at any time. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. Hong Tianting had an immortal body, and his casual attack was a great law. He was indeed very powerful. With a light step, he dodged the attacks of a large number of Hong King snow eagles. Those snow eagle kings were densely packed, layer upon layer. After Lin Ling took the first step, he took another step. It was as if he was moving with the wind, extremely graceful. So powerful he actually saw through the great law. Many people's eyes narrowed. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling broke the great law. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's eyes were still closed. This was simply crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling's soul force and physical combat experience were extremely powerful. It seemed like he couldn't dodge, but he dodged time and time again. Other than running, what else can you do? Han Dynasty's Eagle King. Hong Tianting was enraged after his repeated attacks were fruitless. He leaped up and opened his arms. All the Snow Eagle Kings gathered together and turned into a Snow Eagle King that was as big as the martial stage. A pair of claws swept down and turned the martial stage into dust. Now that the martial stage was under Hong Tianting's control, Lin Ling had nowhere to hide. It's about to end. Lin Ling died under the second move. Seeing the terrifying claws sweeping over, many people seemed to see the ancient Han King appear, controlling the Snow Eagle King to kill Lin Ling. And Lin Ling definitely couldn't block it. Lin Ling. Yes. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with worry. Seeing the majestic power sweeping down from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, his lips quickly revealed a cold smile. Hong Tianting's immortal body was indeed very powerful, controlling everything. However, Lin Ling discovered that his God Devil Overlord body was even more powerful. He was becoming more and more unafraid of immortal bodies. Chapter 1321. Two Emperors, Heavenly Sword. Lin Ling did not choose to dodge anymore. He gripped his sword with both hands. In that instant, the second stage of the body of the celestial demon overlord also appeared. It was unstoppable. It merged with the earth, uprooting heavens to form the most domineering sword. The giant claw continued to sweep downwards, but soon after, It collided with the terrifying heavenly sword. A tyrannical shock wave immediately erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. That sword was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Ah! At the same time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Hong Tianting's figure appeared in the sky with a ferocious expression. His right hand was hanging by his waist and there was actually blood dripping down. "You hurt me." Hong Tianting's voice was filled with anger and was extremely low. "Second move, you still have one more chance." On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently and said coldly, "He's injured? How is that possible?" Staring at the scene, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Hong Tianting was invincible in the transcendent realm, but facing Lin Ling, a transcendent 6th-stage cultivator, he was actually injured. Lin Ling's sword was too frightening. No wonder Lin Ling didn't use his physical strength at the beginning. It turns out that his physical strength is currently stronger than his fire martial Dao, so it became his trump card. An ancient cultivator said in shock. Today's battle was completely different from the previous one. Last time Lin Ling hit his fire martial Dao and relied on his physical strength to defeat all the strong masters. This time, Lin Ling began to use his fire martial Dao, making everyone think that Lin Ling's physical strength was useless. Who knew that Lin Ling's physical strength had become stronger, so it became his trump card. So impressive. Many people secretly admired. To be able to injure Hong Tianting, Lin Ling was extremely powerful. As for Luo Xueman, her face turned ugly. How could this be? Shouldn't her man win beautifully? Why was he injured first? Moreover, this was the result of Lin Ling's 9 consecutive battles. What if Lin Ling was at his peak? "You must die." Above the sky, Hong Tianting said word by word. This was the first time in his life that he had such a strong killing intent. "Didn't you defeat me in 3 moves?" Lin Ling also said lightly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Hong Tianting in the sky, showing off its sharpness. 3 moves? Hong Tianting laughed, his smile filled with contempt and disdain. "I underestimated you before. Yet you're so confident. I am invincible in the transcendent realm, and have defeated countless opponents. Even Saint Realm early-stage cultivators are powerless against me. Before, I only used the power of my extreme martial skill, but now I'll show you the power of my immortal body." A violent power bloomed from Hong Tianting's body. The 5 elements reversed and yin and yang descended. The 2 extreme powers of holiness and slaughter seemed to fuse together. Gradually, the illusory figure behind Hong Tianting became clearer. It was Hong Wang, Hong King, the #1 emperor of the Hong dynasty in the ancient times. Hong Tianting possessed his bloodline, which stimulated the greatest potential of his immortal body. The power of the immortal body. All cultivators below the immortal body must bow down and worship it. Many people trembled in their hearts. It was too terrifying. Hong Tianting actually allowed the ancient Hong King to descend. Who else could it be but him? With the descent of the immortal body, unless one's cultivation realm was much higher than Hong Tianting's, they would lose their will to fight and be intimidated by the ancient emperor. Moreover, with the appearance of the immortal body, Hong Tianting's strength had undoubtedly increased by more than 10%. Lin Ling was also very powerful. He fought 9 battles in a row and was not at a disadvantage against Hong Tianting. If he had not met Hong Tianting, his pride would have continued. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was going to fall in the end. What a pity! However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he did not know how powerful the immortal body was. He said calmly, "It's the 3rd move. You have been attacking before, now it's my turn." My turn. Around the martial stage, everyone's hearts were pounding. Facing the Hong King's immortal body, Lin Ling actually said it was his turn to attack. Even Hong Tianting's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not afraid of him? Then, everyone saw the ground tremble. The young man standing on the ground seemed to be suppressing an extremely terrifying power. A sword buzzed incessantly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Lin Ling's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. He is absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without restraint. Everyone was completely shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card? What kind of trump card was this? At this moment, an overbearing aura gushed out crazily. The entire martial pavilion seemed to be shaking. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Ling seem to have grown taller. No, it was not Lin Ling who had grown taller, but behind him. There, a tall emperor figure slowly appeared. It was like an emperor, like an ancient god. The aura that looked down on the world also erupted. Emperor, it was another emperor. Hong Tianting's immortal physique erupted, and Hong Wang appeared. However, Lin Ling also used some unknown technique, and also erupted with the appearance of a venerable sovereign. The most terrifying thing was that the venerable sovereign also made people prostrate themselves in worship. Could it be that Lin Ling also had an immortal physique? How could they know that Hong Tianting's bloodline had stimulated the Hong King's power? Lin Ling was not weaker than Hong Tianting. Instead, he was stronger because Lin Ling did not have a bloodline. Instead, he directly cultivated the cultivation technique of the great Emperor Zhaixing. The great Emperor Zhaixing and the Hong King were ancient emperors of the same era. Pa. The two emperors appeared in a condescending manner. Around the emperors, the void continued to explode, crack, and fuse. The two emperors seemed to be extremely powerful. So, who would win this battle? The world is vast and boundless. In the past, there were the four great ancient empires, the seven emperors, the four pillars, the 8 pillars, Langya, and the unfettered 10 temples. You're just a little transcendent, yet you dare boast about being invincible. How ignorant! Moreover, a cultivator's life is filled with pride and arrogance, yet you've been bewitched by beauty. How pathetic! After the third layer of the celestial demon overlord body appeared, Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and looked at the sky like an emperor. Your immortal body is inherited from your bloodline. Moreover, you are not a direct descendant of the Hong King, so you are only a collateral descendant. That is why you are so arrogant. My emperor body was cultivated step by step. Now I will show you how useless you are. His cold shout was like a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then they saw Lin Ling stomp on the ground. The ground cracked, and the ancient emperor flew up into the sky. The sword was dazzling, as if it was suppressing the power of mountains and rivers. Then it slashed at Hong Tianting, as if it was going to cut the world apart. At this moment, Hong Tianting's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also had a venerable sovereign. What terrified him the most was that he had a feeling of worship towards that venerable sovereign. How could this be? One had to know that he had an immortal body. Now, seeing the majestic sword slashing at him, Hong Tianting's eyes were in a daze. His heart was shaken. Was he really not invincible in the transcendent realm? He remembered Lin Ling's words. This world was vast and there were many people stronger than him. It was just that those people were more low-key. Thinking of this, his momentum became weaker and weaker. Looking at Lin Ling, his momentum was rising steadily, as if he was going to cut the world with his sword. Not only that sword was sharp, but it also had a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no longer cutting everything but destroying everything. Chapter 1322. Kill anyone who dares to invade. Surrender. The entire martial stage was silent. When the powerful Hong Tianting faced Lin Ling, he said that he would defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves. However, he did not gain any advantage in the first 2 moves. After the third move, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. However, in that instant, Hong Tianting directly admitted defeat. This made his previous arrogance extremely ironic. This made the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Hong mansion extremely embarrassed. Surrender. Lin Ling sneered. His sword had already been drawn. How could he stop just because his opponent admitted defeat? Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Hong Tianting was in a sorry state. He anxiously shouted at the elder outside the martial stage. Compared to his previous arrogance, it was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling, stop. The rules are as such. I'm sorry. The Martial Pavilion Elder shook his head helplessly. He also felt that Hong Tianting was too arrogant. He didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name when he fought with him. He even allowed Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy. Now Lin Ling defeated him without using his spiritual energy. This was simply asking for humiliation. However, the rules of the martial pavilion were as such. As long as one admitted defeat, they couldn't die. Therefore, the elder had to intervene in the end. Hung long long. Tens of thousands of spiritual chi turned into a vortex, and a giant palm appeared. It grabbed the Dizun sword in midair. However, the sword's sharpness cut through everything, and the giant palm was also cut in half. The sound of explosions continued, and the martial pavilion elder's expression changed. He had no choice but to release a new burst of energy to barely block the sword. I'm afraid that not many saints of the first layer can block this sword. The martial pavilion elder's heart trembled. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. A transcendent 6th layer cultivator could shake a saint. What if he reached the 7th layer? It was unimaginable. Of course he was shocked in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. As for Hong Tianting, he had already escaped from the martial stage. Bai Yi was in an even more sorry state. Around the martial arts platform, everyone's jaws dropped. In the battle between Hong Tianting and Lin Ling had won. He had won 10 consecutive battles and reached the top of the list. He had completely created the first-place record in the martial pavilion. They couldn't help but look at Hong Tianting, who was panting heavily. His face was pale, which made them feel even more ironic. With such strength, Hong Tianting dared to let Lin Ling recover his spiritual source. Fortunately, Lin Ling hadn't recovered, or he would have lost even more face. Then, everyone felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling before, so they all lost money. However, despite losing money this time, they did not dare to show any anger because Lin Ling's previous performance was too dazzling. So what if he fought 10 battles in a row? So what if he ran out of spiritual source? So what if Hong Tianting came out to fight? Lin Ling was invincible. This battle had already proved that Lin Ling was a great hero, and he was a top expert among the great heroes. This little guy hid his strength well. He actually won. Old man Dong Fu said with a smile. He had been extremely nervous before. Brat, I was worried for nothing. No, he must compensate me. Lu Susu also smiled, but she was still curious. After all, Hong Tianting had a divine physique from the Han dynasty, an ancient country. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of his divine physique. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent surpassed Hong Tianting's? However, it couldn't be seen on the surface at all. She could only see that he had an Earth-grade divine physique. She could only say that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that even she didn't know. That Dizun looked familiar, but it was too blurry. Only the area between his arms was clear, so I couldn't see it clearly. Lu Susu said in a low voice. Luo Shuaman, what else are you proud of? At this moment on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling looked at Luo Shuaman indifferently. Luo Shuaman's beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she still couldn't believe that Hong Tianting had lost. Then she kept shaking her head. It was impossible. Lin Ling was only from the insignificant 8-star holy region, but Hong Tianting was from the Hong residence. How could Lin Ling defeat him? However, although she shook her head, she already knew that her pride and her man had lost, and he had admitted defeat in a humiliating manner. She couldn't accept it, she couldn't accept it. She had been so proud before, wanting to see Lin Ling kneel. However, in the end she had lost again. This time she was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was like a shrew. I said that if you lose, you can die. Lin Ling said again. The crowd also looked at Luo Shuaman with a cold smile. It was a fair bet and one had to accept defeat. Moreover, Lin Ling had won as the weaker party, so Luo Shuaman had nothing to say. I am the second leader of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace. Luo Shuaman's heart trembled as she gritted her teeth. So what? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Luo Shuaman wanted to kill him, so how could he show mercy? Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them back. It was that simple. Lin Ling, spare my life. Seeing Lin Ling's murderous gaze, Luo Shuaman's body trembled. She quickly ran out and knelt at the side of the martial arts platform. Then she kept kneeling in front of Lin Ling, begging for mercy. She knew that Lin Ling wouldn't give face to the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace, nor would he treat her as the 9 Heavens Maiden. Spare my life. Luo Shuaman had already knelt in front of Lin Ling and licked his feet. Just as she said, Lin Ling had lost, so Lin Ling wanted to lick her feet. Now that she didn't want to die, She hoped that licking his feet would make Lin Ling let her go. Disgusting. Is this still the Nine Heavens Maiden? Around the martial arts platform there was an uproar. The young people were all angry. Luo Shuaman was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was extremely ugly. She actually licked Lin Ling's feet. She was a spineless toad. Lin Ling looked at Luo Shuaman condescendingly. His first impression of Luo Shuaman was the second dream. However, the second dream was much better than Luo Shuaman because the second dream wasn't as ugly as Luo Shuaman. Moreover, the second dream was often helpless and even saved him at critical moments. Luo Shuaman provoked him for her reputation. The second dream wouldn't do such a boring thing. Do you know what are the two things you did wrong in your life? Lin Ling said indifferently as he lowered his head and looked at Luo Shuaman. Luo Shuaman raised her head. Her eyes were filled with respect and fear. What are they? First, you thought too highly of yourself. I never liked you, but you kept telling others that I liked you. Second, you shouldn't have provoked me again. As the last sentence fell, Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with murderous intent. Around his right leg a small world exploded. It was as if he had kicked out fiercely like an emperor. Boom! His foot landed on Luo Shuaman's body and sent her flying like a cannonball. Just as she was about to say something, a terrifying force exploded, causing her body to explode in midair. Blood rained down. The Nine Heavens Maiden had fallen here. Moreover, she died in an extremely ugly manner. After that, Lin Ling slowly walked down the martial arts platform. To him, Lin Ling could forgive a mistake once, but he would never forgive a second time. She died just like that? The hearts of the crowd trembled inexplicably. Luo Shuaman was kicked to death by Lin Ling. This death was too ugly. They stared at Lin Ling with fear in their hearts. This man was like an emperor. Anyone who dared to offend, humiliate and kill. Chapter 1323. Reaching the top at this moment, Hong Tianting's face was pale as he witnessed the death of his lover. He wanted to save her, but his legs were weak. His cowardly appearance made many people shake their heads in disdain. Previously, Hong Tianting was so domineering, teaching Lin Ling a lesson for his lover. However, Luo Shuaman died in front of Hong Tianting, and the latter didn't even dare to move. This so-called love was in fact just a joke. Hong Tianting trash. An ancient cultivator from the three mysterious realms mocked. Hung Mansion, shame on you. Similarly, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Kuan Palace sneered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he shouted angrily, Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet. Because I couldn't use the demon god in the previous battle, if I used the demon god, you would have died without a doubt. If you have the ability, let's fight outside of the yellow board. He stood up and regained his previous confidence and pride. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said in a cold voice, Sure, the next time you lose, you die. As soon as the word die came out, Hong Tianting's confidence and pride instantly vanished. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Obviously, Lin Ling's previous display of strength had left a deep impression in his heart. He's still trash. Lin Ling's words scared him. Such a cultivator, what's the point of talking about the martial Tao? Just like Lin Ling said, Hong Tianting's strength comes from his bloodline. He's trash. Many people shook their heads again. Hong Tianting was actually scared by Lin Ling's gaze. It was simply disappointing and humiliating. Lin Ling is currently at the Transcendent 6th stage, but he can already threaten a Saint Realm expert. If he reaches the Transcendent 7th stage, then I'll definitely die. I have to kill him. Staring at Lin Ling's dazzling light, the Three Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. Watching Lin Ling grow stronger step by step, the pressure on him was getting heavier and heavier. I'll go with you. At this time someone said coldly, Count us in. The thrice-world Ghost King looked over and laughed coldly. Ninely Tribe. Voidstar Heavenly Palace. Not bad. In addition to that Hong Tianting, he is also determined to kill Lin Ling. There is also the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. Someone laughed sinisterly. After that, the few of them left the martial stage. Lin Ling received 1 million primordial stones from the martial pavilion elder, which made him smile. With these primordial stones, his martial Tao of fire could also be improved. Through the previous battles, Lin Ling knew that as his strength increased, the experts he faced would also be older and stronger. His Earth-grade holy ground talent would no longer be able to display its prowess. Hence he had to find a way to improve it. Fortunately, he had the Fiend God Overlord physique, and this physique cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Lin Ling, well done. Your name has appeared in the first place of the yellow board. Many people looked at Lin Ling and said. These people had all placed their bets on Lin Ling. Witnessing Lin Ling soaring in the sky, they were all extremely happy at this moment. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely to those who supported him. As for those who mocked him before, Lin Ling replied with a gloating look, which made those people grit their teeth. They had placed huge bets before, but they had lost everything. After that, Lin Ling and Lu Susu left the martial stage. At the same time, on the peak of the martial pavilion, the flame on one of the stone tablets dimmed. Then a new flame was born. After the flame, a brand new name appeared. Lin Ling. Moreover, this name appeared in the first place of the yellow board, which was extremely dazzling. This guy really did it. Around the yellow board, many people were waiting for the news quietly. At this moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling reaching the top in 10 battles, his name shook the Black Pung continent. Even some of the hidden super sects and experts were shocked at this moment. Lin Ling? They had never heard of him, but such a nobody actually became the first place of the yellow board? They knew how difficult it was to become the first place of the yellow board. Even these hidden Saint Realm experts did not have the strength to reach the top when they were at the transcendent 6th realm. Reaching the top represented the strongest person in the same realm and era. In the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, all the 7 colored armored generals received the news. As expected of Lin Ling. He just became a hero not long ago, and now he is at the top of the list. Haha, amazing. Haha. The 7 colored armored generals of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture had heard of the yellow board and the splendid mountains and rivers. However, they were not qualified to enter with their strength. Now Lin Ling represented the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture to create a miracle. Moreover, the news was also passed to the Rainforest Sacred Ground through Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, which made thousands of people excited. Through Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, they already knew that the so-called Yellow Board was the strongest of the 3 profound realms in Xianpeng Province. Reaching the top would bring glory to one's ancestors. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know this at all. He left the martial pavilion with Lu Susu and the old man of Dong Fu. It's really strange. Your innate saint physique is only at the earth grade, but you are not afraid of an innate saint physique? You should know that once an immortal physique appears, thousands of saint physiques will have to kneel down. Unless their realm is much higher than their opponents, they will only be able to use 50% of their strength. However, you actually made Hong Tianting, who has an immortal physique, afraid. That's too strange. Moreover, the appearance of the venerable sovereign you displayed is very familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Along the way, Lu Susu talked non-stop. Lin Ling followed behind her and stared at the enchanting woman's curvaceous back. He smiled helplessly. He knew that this profiteer was suspicious by nature, but she was able to see through some small details. Of course, Lu Susu felt that it was familiar because that vague venerable sovereign appearance had the shadow of the star-plucking great emperor. The star-plucking great emperor was one of the 4 ancient venerable sovereigns. It seems that your master's background is not small, right, Lin Ling? Lu Susu said with a smile. She wanted to find out the details of Lin Ling's background from his words. As expected of Hall Master Lu. In fact, I don't know what it is, but my master told me to cultivate a martial art. And then that illusory figure appeared. Lin Ling said with a serious expression. He lied and pushed all the blame to his mysterious master. Amazing, I already knew that he was not ordinary. Lu Susu immediately nodded. Lin Ling's expression was too serious, so he was definitely not lying. She asked curiously, I wonder who that old man is? Although he gives people the feeling that he is old, he is actually very young. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Lu Susu was too powerful. She had also noticed this. Because that mysterious person was him, Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling did not explain anything. He let Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu guess by themselves. Moreover, Lin Ling was also feeling emotional. He did not expect his acting talent to be so strong. When he became serious, Lu Susu also fell for it. Moving forward again, the old man of Dongfu and the old man of Dongfu bid farewell to Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He planned to go to Groping Heaven Hall, one of the 10 halls of Langia. Currently, he wanted to reforge the Tyrant Song sword. He could buy all the other materials, but he had to obtain the life scale and the feather of the vermilion bird. Moreover, when he wanted to increase his talent in the future, the Tyrant Song sword would definitely be of help. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.